Chapter 885. P.S. Thank you to 333 Stacks and 157747860 for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX, Seckle Potato, and Nickfany for their tips. Of course, that's just an excuse. Before Seito could say anything, Shokuho Misaki explained herself. Excuse. Seito frowned as he looked at Shokuho Misaki in confusion. The real purpose of the exterior project is to allow everyone to use my ability. As long as someone logs into the exterior, no matter if they're an aptitude user or an ordinary person, they'll be able to use the mind control ability. This is a toy. Shokuho Misaki said casually as she brushed her hair behind her ear. That's a really powerful toy, Ito-sei exclaimed softly with a look of surprise. Then he changed the topic and looked at Shokuho Misaki with interest. This thing, or should I say, this is your biggest secret, right? Why are you telling me about it so easily? There's nothing I can do about it. Your power has exceeded my expectations, and you have an impressive intelligence network. Your existence has become an unexpected variable in this operation. Shokuho Misaki sighed helplessly. So, you were the one who kidnapped Misaka-san? Seito tilted his head and asked. That's right. Shokuho Misaki admitted without hesitation. If that's the case, you just need to return her to me. I'll pretend I didn't see this and leave. How about that? Seito said. Don't you want to know why I took her away? Shokuho Misaki said lazily. If you want to say it, I'm all ears. Ito-sei spread out his hands in front of him and shrugged. Someone has their eyes on them. Shokuho Misaki said seriously. Who? Seito asked with a frown. This incident was something that he had never seen in the original novel or the anime, so Ito-sei had no idea who the mastermind behind this incident was and why. He couldn't take the initiative to attack like before. He could only defend himself as if he was guarding against a thief. Kahara Jinsei, Shokuho Misaki replied. Have you heard of this name? Shokuho Misaki asked. It's like thunder in my ears. Kahara Jinsei's name reminded her of all the horrible things he had done in the original work. Seito sighed with a serious expression. He's willing to do anything to find out the truth. He destroyed many aptitude users and research facilities. He's one of the pioneers of the Academy's urban system research field. He's the one that you're familiar with. Absolute ability evolution. Shokuho Misaki explained slowly. You mean he wants to restart that plan? Ito-sei said in a deep voice. He didn't wait for Shokuho Misaki to answer. He answered his own question. If he wants to restart that project, what's the point of stealing his sister? And even if it's useful, who's going to be the test subject for the absolute ability evolution? As far as I know, other than that mysterious sixth person, there's no one else in Academy City. The other 6 people, including you, shouldn't be interested in that kind of childish game that's like killing monsters to level up. That old man probably doesn't want to restart the project. Maybe there's something else going on in the Misaka network? Shokuho Misaki said in a low voice. Misaka network. Ito-sei couldn't help but think of his final work. He frowned and muttered to himself. Seito's expression changed as he looked at Shokuho Misaki with a serious expression. Where's Kahara Jinsei right now? It took me a lot of effort to lock onto that elusive old man. Shokuho Misaki curled her lips and said, The most accurate location I know is tomorrow afternoon at 14 p.m. at the International Ability Research Conference in School District 9. I read the memories of the insiders, so it should be correct. I'm planning to use this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get rid of them in one go. Shokuho Misaki put her hands behind her back and leaned forward slightly. The heavy weight on her chest caused her sleeveless sportswear to fall slightly, revealing a bit of her smooth white skin. She looked at Ito-sensei with a flirtatious expression and said in a coquettish voice, You mean you don't want me to interfere? Seito glanced at Shokuho Misaki's fair skin and said, I won't give up on someone like you who defeated the first person. Although our goal is the same, I can tell you that I don't trust you. So tomorrow, we will act separately. Don't hold me back. Shokuho Misaki acted like she didn't notice Ito looking at her. She slowly straightened her back and said flirtatiously, As long as you don't cause me any trouble. Ito said lightly. He then shifted the topic back to Misaka's sister. All right, return the sister that you kidnapped to me. Not yet. Shokahome Misaki refused. What do you mean? Ito squinted his eyes as a chilling aura emanated from his body, causing the temperature in the room to drop by 3 to 4 degrees. Shokahome Misaki, who was only wearing a sleeveless sportswear, felt a chill down her spine as she said in a cold voice. Ayaya, are you angry? Shokahome Misaki shrugged her shoulders and tucked her neck downwards. She rubbed her left arm with her right arm for warmth. When she saw Ito-sei's face getting more and more serious, she quickly explained. That child's body has been infected with military nanomachines, but because of her electrical ability, the nanomachines have mutated a little. Therefore, the nanomachines vaccine alone can't completely heal her, so I think it's best to keep her here for the time being. If we just send her to an outside hospital like this, she might be found out very quickly by the other party. You know, our opponent this time is the Black Ops of Academy City, who specialize in dirty work. Shokahome Misaki added, Can you guarantee that this place is absolutely safe? After hearing Shokahome Misaki's explanation, Ito-sei pondered for a moment and asked, All the staff in this building are under my control. Every time I enter this place, I erase the memories of everyone who comes with me. Apart from people like you who found out about this place from who knows where and barged in without permission, no one can enter this place without being noticed, Shokahome Misaki explained to Ito-seiji with a displeased expression. Seito nodded and said, If that's the case, let's leave the child here for now. But before we leave, I want to see her. Sure, come with me. Shokahome Misaki didn't even think about it before agreeing to such a normal request. She turned around and led Ito to another door in the room. Then, he opened the door and entered a dimly lit room that was about 30 square meters in size. There was a multifunctional treatment bed in the room. On the multi-purpose bed, her breathing was rapid. She was sweating all over. Misaka's sister number 10032 appeared in Ito-sei's vision. Her eyes were closed, and she was still unconscious. Ito walked around Shokahome Misaki and stood in front of her. He ignored the blonde man in the suit who stood up from his chair and walked to the multi-purpose bed. He placed his hand on Misaka's sister's arm. He closed his eyes and used psychokinesis to check on Sister 10,032's condition. Under the psychokinesis derivative ability, life control, a bunch of insect-shaped nanomachines that were a few times smaller than cells appeared in Ito-sei's mind. They flowed through Misaka's sister's blood and spread throughout her body. Do you have a syringe here? Ito opened his eyes and asked the blonde man. The blonde man looked at Shokahome Misaki. After Shokahome Misaki nodded, he walked to the side and took out a syringe that was still sealed and tossed it to Ito. Ito-sei reached out and grabbed the syringe that was thrown to him. He opened the package and took out the syringe. He removed the needle cover and inserted the empty syringe into the vein of Misaka's sister's forearm. He then pulled the bolus and extracted half of the blood sample. I'm leaving. I hope you could take good care of her. Ito put the syringe back on the syringe and said to Shokahome Misaki. Under the watchful eyes of Shokahome Misaki and the blonde man, he slowly walked out of the room and disappeared from their sight. That man was... After Ito left, the blonde man looked at Shokahome Misaki, who was leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. Rumor has it that he defeated the first Esper who single-handedly destroyed the absolute ability evolution experiment, Ito-sei. Shokahome Misaki replied in a soft voice. On the other hand, after Tongsheng left the artificial room, he sent the syringe hidden in his hand into the Rubik's Cube world and told Celine to use the blood sample in his hand to create a special vaccine that could eliminate the nanomachines in the sample. Then, he headed toward Fengshuan Kikyo, Inticus, and a last work. Since Kihara Jinsei's target might be the Misaka network, I might as well stay by the last work side to protect her. That way, even if he wants to use the Misaka network, I can use the last work to stop him. Ito thought to himself. Halfway through the journey, Oleana Thompson, who was dressed in a Persian dancer's uniform, was only wearing a red lace corset which was hung by a string thinner than a finger, exposing her shoulders, arms, and the entire back of her abdomen, as well as a mini skirt which only covered her lower abdomen and buttocks. The parts below her thighs were all covered by a dozen long white leggings which were about 1.5 centimeters in width. Itose caught sight of Oleana Thompson. "Yo, big sister." Itose, with a strange smile on his face, walked towards Oriana Thompson and greeted her. At the same time, he asked telepathically, "Why are you still here?" "Ah, it's little brother. I didn't expect us to be so fated to meet each other." Oriana Thompson replied, with a charming smile on her face. Then, she replied telepathically, "Because I haven't finished my work yet." "Looks like you're determined to help that religious madman finish his work," Ito said telepathically while he pretended to be talking nonsense with Oriana Thompson. "There's nothing I can do about it. It's your fault for not being willing to tell me the details of the plan. It's hard for me to believe that you're telling the truth, so I can only continue doing this job that looks promising." Oriana Thompson, who was playing along with the act, replied inwardly, "Whatever. You can do whatever you want. I guess you'll only listen to me when you hit the wall." Ito sighed in his heart. Then, on the surface, he bade farewell to Oleana Thompson and kissed her passionately again. They then parted ways and continued heading towards their respective destinations. About 20 minutes later, Ito returned to School District 7. He found Inticus and the final work playing in an amusement center, as well as Fanchuan Kikyo, who was quietly drinking a canned drink. "How's it going?" Fanchuan Kikyo nodded at Ito, who was walking toward her. She then asked after Ito stopped beside her. Fanchuan Kikyo was one of the few researchers in the Absolute Ability Evolution Project who had feelings for the final work and the 20,000 sisters other than experimental animals. This could be clearly seen from the fact that she wanted to give each of the Misaka sisters a name in the original work and wanted to distinguish them with her own eyes. She also almost died for the final work. We found the whereabouts of the Misaka sister, but for some reason, she's temporarily staying there. We'll bring her back tomorrow. Ito, who was sitting beside Fanchuan Kikyo and watching Inticus and the final work fighting in front of a fighting game console, said softly. Fanchuan Kikyo nodded slightly. She didn't ask for any details. Clearly, she was very clear about her position. She didn't want to get involved in things that were beyond her ability, so as to avoid bringing danger to herself. Ito did not ask further. He sat there quietly and rested. After a while, Inticus and the final work, who were tired of playing, discovered his presence. The piece was broken again. After that, Ito played with Inticus and the final work for a while more. Then, he invited Fanchuan Kikyo to have dinner together. After dinner, he sent her back to her apartment and arranged a meeting time for the next day. Then, he brought Inticus and the final work back to their dormitory to rest. The next day, after a night of rest, the three of them woke up, washed up, and had dinner. They walked out of the dormitory together and looked at the meeting place they had agreed to meet with Fanchuan Kikyo yesterday. Together, they strolled around Academy City. Chapter 886. P.S. I'm sorry, I suddenly found a rat in my room, and I was so scared that I couldn't focus on writing. Now it's still having a lot of fun, and it's running past my eyes from time to time. My heart is beating so fast, I'm going crazy. Inticus, you and Miss Fanchuan can go sightseeing. I'll bring the last work to see the Misaka sister who was attacked yesterday. After participating in a competition and accompanying Inticus, the last work, and Fanchuan Kikyo around for more than an hour, Ito stopped and said to Inticus, "Why are you only bringing her?" Inticus asked as he stared at Ito angrily. "I don't have a choice. You can't go to that place." Ito sighed helplessly. "What place is it?" Inticus asked after a moment of silence, still unwilling to give up. "It's a rather secretive research institute. Its security level is quite high in Academy City. Even I have to sneak in to get in. I had no choice but to bring the last work with me. If possible, I don't even want to bring her," Ito explained softly, shaking his head slightly. "Is it dangerous?" Inticus asked worriedly, having keenly noticed some clues from Ito's words. "It's not dangerous. Just a little troublesome if we're discovered. Plus, your identity is a bit special, so... Say Ito shrugged and spread his hands in front of him. All right, then. Inticus lowered his head and said unwillingly, Don't worry. I promise, the last work, and I will be back soon. Say Ito patted Inticus's head and comforted him softly. Really? Inticus raised his head, puffed up his cheeks, and asked, Wicked peach wife, Cinderella from a wealthy family. It's true, Ito Kanari said affirmatively. At this point, Inticus finally stopped bothering Sei Ito and agreed to let him leave with his final work. Sei Ito didn't say anything. He nodded at Fengshuan Kikyo, who looked like an outsider. Then, he held Last Work's hand and rushed to the artificial room in the second school district. It is worth mentioning that due to the pursuit of Oleana Thompson yesterday, the two of them were in the process of chasing after Oleana Thompson. Because Steele had used fire magic to blow up a self-driving autonomous bus, all the autonomous buses in Academy City were temporarily suspended until the cause of the accident was determined. They would only be allowed to operate again after the cause of the accident was confirmed. That's why today's Academy City had a traffic jam that was rarely seen. Ito-ci paid the taxi fare and continued to walk to the artificial housing in the second school district. Ito-ci felt that the speed of taking a taxi was not as fast as walking. After an hour or so, Ito-sei and Hanako successfully arrived outside the artificial house. Something's wrong here. Sei Ito frowned and muttered to himself as he looked at the artificial house without any guards. It's uncomfortable here. Misaka tried to suppress the strange feeling in his heart. Last Work's body trembled as she looked at the entrance of the artificial house. Sei Ito frowned when he heard Last Work say the same thing. He bent down and hugged Last Work in his arms. Then, he wrapped his body in psychokinesis and rushed into the artificial house like a gust of wind. He followed the same route as yesterday and rushed toward the artificial house where Shokuho Misaki's brain was. Sei Ito rushed forward at high speed. A double-open alloy door with a door-shaped mark on its surface appeared in the eyes of Ito-sei and the Last Work. The cut part of the door was lying on the polished marble floor. Looks like something's wrong, Sei Ito thought. Then he sped up again and almost instantly rushed into the big room where the external equipment was placed. The next moment, Misaka Makoto and Shokuho Misaki appeared in front of Ito-sei's eyes. Both of them were wearing the Tokuwadai girls' school uniform. Ring, 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 ring. Shokuho Misaki suddenly heard a crisp ringing sound coming from her backpack. Shokuho Misaki, who was leading Misaka Makoto to room 10032, stopped in her tracks and quickly took out her phone from her backpack. She pressed the answer button and put the phone to her ear. Hey, I can finally get in touch with you. On the phone, the voice of the blonde man that Ito-sei had heard before immediately came out. I'm in front of the artificial house. What's going on over there? Shokuho Misaki didn't care about her image and asked anxiously. I'm on the roof. The girl, 10032, is with me. The man on the phone replied. Good job. Let's do it on the roof, oh. Shokuho Misaki's face lit up, and she said happily, No. But before she could finish her sentence, the man on the phone interrupted her. The man on the other end of the phone denied it without hesitation. Then he explained in a serious tone, The attacker, I believe, is a group of skilled special forces. They would never let me escape here with a person in my arms. So, they should consider that they lured me here. Please be extra careful. Don't worry, I have an Amazon with me whose chest has been swapped for combat power. Don't worry. Shokuho Misaki waved her arm and joked. What are you talking about? Misaka Makoto raised her eyebrows and smiled. She looked like she was going to explode if Shokuho Misaki gave a bad answer. It was as if she was going to explode. Right at this moment, Shokuho Misaki, who was perfectly fine a second ago, suddenly knelt down on the ground. The immense force caused her knees to hit the ground with a loud bang. Is that so? The man on the phone didn't know what was going on. If she's with you, even though it's not what I expected, it saves me a lot of trouble. Vampire President. Sorry, I'm Vampire Hunter. An old and strange voice came from the phone. Shokuho? Misaka Makoto called out. At this time, Ito-sei also walked over to Shokuho Misaki with the last work in his arms and reached out to support her arm. At the same time, to prevent Misaka Makoto and Shokuho Misaki from making any noise, he used telekinesis to seal the air around them. Yo! Just when Misaka Makoto and Shokuho Misaki were shocked by Seito's appearance, the old voice on the phone spoke again, complicating the login to prevent others from controlling it. How naive. Even if I don't need to log in, I just need to synchronize it with my brain waves, and the ability will belong to me. Shokuho, you must have heard the rumors, right? After all, I'm the one who taught Kuyumin-kun how to synchronize his brain waves. The old voice laughed. Misaka Makoto couldn't care less about why Ito was here and who the little girl in his arms was. She turned around and dashed out of the room where the giant brain was and ran towards the roof of the artificial room. Kihara Jinsei. After Misaka Makoto ran away, Seito used telekinesis to suppress the sound of his voice and spoke directly into Shokuho Misaki's ears. She looked up at Seito and nodded with a heavy expression. Even if there are multiple layers of defenses placed on my sisters, it's a piece of cake for me to remove them. Kihara Jinsei's old voice continued. Also, it's the same to implant a special virus into Misaka's network. As soon as he finished speaking, a painful scream that clearly belonged to a young girl came from the phone. At the same time, the expression of the last work in Ito-sei's arms changed. Her face was pale, and she closed her eyes. She curled up in Ito-sei's arms and gasped for breath. It was obvious that due to the reverse influence of the Misaka network as the final product of the command tower, even though it was not infected by the special virus, it was still burdened by the sudden burst of powerful data calculations, causing its already weak body to be unable to bear the burden. Seeing this, Ito-sei didn't bother to hide anymore. He immediately placed the last work flat on the ground, reached out his hand, and pressed her forehead. Then he began to operate the huge computing power that he had gained after the mutation in the absolutely pitiful world. While sharing the processing information that was concentrated in the last work's mind, he also used his own computing power to reverse the Misaka network, acting as an antivirus software to pacify the Misaka network. During this process, the negative emotions accumulated from Misaka network's 10,000 deaths gushed out from the last work's mind and attacked Ito-sei's mind. Fortunately, Seito had been baptized by World C when he was in the Luxiu's world. When he was devouring the Luxiu's world, he also fought against World C's core consciousness on a large scale. That was why his mental power was as hard as a diamond. That was why he wasn't affected by the negative emotions accumulated by the thousands of deaths. He was able to calm down the Misaka's network. During this process, a large amount of data processing power was transferred between Seito and the last product's mind every second. Shokuho Misaki, who couldn't move, was dumbfounded. At the same time, the artificial house was set. It's beautiful, but if you don't use this power, it's just a show. An old man in his 70s or 80s had his hands behind his back. He was wearing a white lab coat with a pair of black trousers. His white coat was neatly fastened. His hair was almost bald, and there was a large age spot on the upper left corner of his forehead. He looked up at the black lightning bolts in the sky and said in an admiring tone, "This person was one of the most outstanding members of the Kihara family in Academy City. He was the mad scientist Kihara Jinsei, who had a passion for the creation of absolute ability users. What's the most interesting way to use this power?" Kihara Jinsei muttered to himself. Chapter 887. At this moment, they heard a bang. The door that connected the roof to the interior of the room was pushed open. Misaka Makoto appeared at the staircase with a furious look on her face. The next moment, Misaka Makoto saw the unconscious Misaka sister number 10032 on the ground. She glared at Kihara Jinsei, who had his back facing her, and screamed, "What did you do to that child?" So what if she's being covered by the shadow of the first candidate? She's being used by the chairman as an opportunity to awaken her hidden power? Kihara Jinsei turned his head slightly and said with a smile, using Misaka Makoto's body as a vessel. As soon as Kahara Jinsei's voice trailed off, the black lightning bolts that were dancing in the air above the artificial room seemed to have found an opening to vent their anger as they struck Misaka Makoto's forehead. However, the lightning didn't do any damage to Misaka Makoto. Instead, it was like a form of energy that entered Misaka Makoto's body through her forehead. Misaka Makoto's hood changed instantly after the black energy entered her body. Misaka Makoto's brown hair that was hanging down naturally started to fly upwards. Strands of white hair started to appear on both sides of her forehead, like two bunny ears that were curled backwards. His originally thin eyebrows had become thick and long, and his eyes were wide open. One of his eyes had no pupils and was completely milky white. The other eye was pitch black, and the pupil had shrunk to the size of soybean. Long and thin dark blue lightning bolts shot out, wrapping around his body. The lightning bolts that had materialized into thin strips were connected together. There were 4 blue and white diamond-shaped crystals that were placed at a fixed distance from each other on the strips. They moved along with the movements of the strips like decorations. All right, let's begin the experiment. Can Misaka-kun resist the will of the heavens? Kahara Jinsei looked at Misaka Makoto, who was forcefully evolving to LV6, and said softly. Misaka Makoto remained silent for a moment. Then, she turned around and looked at the huge building in the center of Academy City that had no windows or doors. She didn't do anything, but the sky above the building started to rumble. Then, a lightning bolt that was a few times thicker than the building and more powerful than Archangel's positron cannon came crashing down from the sky. It hit the building that had no windows or doors. Boom! After the attack landed. Only then did the earth-shattering sound resound. Although the power of the attack seemed very strong, the building that was directly bombarded was still intact in front of everyone after the attack. It was really hard to believe that the building that looked no different from any other building except for the lack of doors and windows actually had such amazing defensive power. Even though it's 10 times stronger than the original Misaka, it's still not enough. However, physical attacks from the front can't hurt that thing. Unknowingly, he took out his phone. Kahara Jinsei said softly. No one knew who he was contacting. This isn't what we agreed on. On the phone, a girl's angry voice came from the other side. Young people these days are really impatient. Kahara Jinsei interrupted the girl with a tone that sounded like an old man lamenting the changes in the world. He continued. She's still growing. Based on the evolution of absolute ability users, she should be around 2%. If you want to achieve your goal, please pay attention to the work in your hands. Yes. The girl on the other side of the phone replied. Haha, there's one more thing I want to thank you for. Kahara Jinsei said with a smile as he turned around and left the center of the incident. At the same time, on the other side of the street, not far away from the Zaiju artificial house building, Xiaojo Toma, who was a hot-blooded young man with long hair, was trying his best to run towards the location of the incident, the Zaiju artificial house. Can you stop it? Shokuho Misaki, who was barely able to break free from Mega Brain's psychological control, stood up from the ground and looked at Ito, who was sweating profusely. I'm trying. Ito sees, who could barely spare any energy to reply, replied. Okay, I'll go outside and find a way to stop Kahara Jinsei. Shokuho Misaki said and ignored Ito, who was trying to pacify the Misaka network. She staggered to the side and used the wall as support to walk outside. Someone is using the Misaka network to lure Mikoto. If that's the case, don't blame me for not showing mercy. After a short stalemate with the virus, Ito who had completely occupied the Last Works Central Command Tower, sensed the situation in the Misaka network. He then opened up the Rubik's Cube world and used his remaining consciousness to connect to the willpower core. The willpower core took over the workload of the computer and shared the burden of Ito's overused consciousness. Ito, who finally relaxed, focused his mind and sent a portion of his consciousness into the Misaka network in the form of a radio wave. He tried to reach the foreign consciousness that was different from the Misaka network's consciousness. With the simulated radio waves, Ito-sei, who was not blocked by the Misaka network, arrived at the side of the foreign consciousness without much trouble. The moment Ito-sei touched the consciousness, he felt his surroundings change abruptly. He found himself in a pitch-black space. Misaka Makoto was naked and a girl with black knee-length stockings wrapped around her legs. She wore a mini-skirt, a tight black short-sleeved leather jacket, and a black leather cap. Her black hair was tied into two soft ponytails at the back of Ito-sei's head. Ito didn't know that he had entered Misaka Makoto's consciousness, and the girl in black was the foreign consciousness he was pursuing. Seeing this, Ito-sei didn't hesitate. He immediately condensed a spiritual thorn in his hand and threw it at the consciousness of the girl in black, who didn't know that he was coming. So she was completely unprepared for him. Everything related to psychic energy in Academy City was interpreted as the evolution of brainwaves. Therefore, in terms of psychic energy usage, other than Shoko Misaki, who was on par with, say, Ito, everyone else in Academy City was weak. Therefore, when the psychic spike exploded, the foreign consciousness didn't even have time to react. It exploded into a bunch of unowned radio waves and was captured by Ito. However, it wasn't a good time to decipher the radio waves. Ito sealed the radio waves and floated to Misaka Makoto's side. He converted his psychic energy into a gentle, hypnotic radio wave and sent it into Misaka Makoto's body. Misaka Makoto, can you hear me? Ito asked gently. Who am I? Misaka Makoto instinctively turned to Ito and asked blankly. You are Misaka Makoto. Misaka Makoto from Tokawadai Girls' School. Misaka Makoto, who is known as the Super Railgun. Misaka Makoto, who is childish and flat-chested. Misaka Makoto, who likes frog taekwondo. Misaka Makoto, who has more than 9,000 sisters. Misaka Makoto, who is impulsive and full of righteousness. You are the one and only Misaka Makoto in this world. As Ito explained, Misaka Makoto's eyes lit up as if her memories were awakened. She mumbled to herself, I am Misaka Makoto. I am Misaka Makoto. I am. Ito knew that Misaka Makoto's consciousness was slowly awakening. He stopped provoking her and looked around to find a way to sever the connection between Misaka Makoto and the Misaka network. I am Misaka Makoto. At this moment, the familiar voice of Misaka Makoto rang out. Her voice was loud and clear. Ito, why are you here? Misaka Makoto looked at Ito in confusion. It's all because of you. Ito glanced at Misaka Makoto and continued looking for a way to connect her to the Misaka network. Me? Misaka Makoto was stunned for a moment. She then remembered something and asked urgently, Oh right, how is the child? And where is this place? After saying that, he began to look around and observe the surrounding situation. In the next moment, Misaka Makoto opened her mouth and let out a scream filled with panic, attracting Ito-sei's attention. Don't turn around. Misaka Makoto hugged her chest and squatted on the ground. Her face was red as she shouted. She then asked anxiously, Why am I not wearing any clothes? This is your space of consciousness. Your initial form is like this, but here, your will is everything. If you want to have clothes, you will have clothes on your body. Ito-sei, who did not turn his head, explained softly. After listening to Ito's explanation, Misaka Makoto tried to imagine herself wearing the Tokawadai uniform. In an instant, a set of Tokawadai uniform appeared on her body and covered her entire body. Misaka Makoto let out a sigh of relief when she saw that clothes had appeared on her body. However, her face was still red as she stood up from the ground. She did not dare to look at Ito. Just in time, the you outside is doing a lot of damage. Quickly sense your connection with the outside world and see if there are any abnormalities so that the you outside can return to normal. Ito ignored Misaka Makoto's shyness and said, I understand. Misaka Makoto took a deep breath and closed her eyes to sense her surroundings. After a while, Misaka Makoto opened her eyes and looked at Saito. I can feel it. I can feel an extremely secretive electric wave entering my body and connecting with me. Chapter 888. P.S. Thanks to Hebe Salii for a comment. Upon hearing Misaka Mikoto's words, Saito immediately exited his search mode. He turned around and walked towards Misaka Mikoto. "Excuse me." After that, he wrapped his arms around Misaka Mikoto's waist and pulled her into his embrace. Then, as Misaka Mikoto's face turned crimson, he pressed his forehead against hers. What are you doing?" Misaka Mikoto asked in a flustered tone. "Close your eyes, clear your mind, and coordinate with my breathing. Let's synchronize our senses. I need to find a radio wave that you sensed earlier." Saito explained to Misaka Mikoto with his eyes closed and their noses touching. "Oh, okay." Misaka Mikoto replied dejectedly. She then closed her eyes and tried her best to focus. She adjusted her breathing to synchronize with Saito's. Under that specific breathing rhythm, Misaka Mikoto's mind was quickly cleared and she entered a mysterious state. In an instant, Misaka Mikoto felt her mind lighten as it merged with another thought. The combined thoughts of both of them were like the universe that had just experienced the Big Bang, rapidly expanding outwards. A vast and boundless darkness immediately poured into Misaka Mikoto's mind from this expanded thought, causing her to feel a sense of loneliness. "Focus, don't be affected by this darkness." Saito's voice suddenly appeared in Misaka Mikoto's mind, just as she was feeling depressed. Misaka Mikoto was immediately energized. She ignored the loneliness that was surging into her heart and focused on sensing the radio wave that she sensed earlier. With Misaka Mikoto's cooperation, Saito soon sensed the radio wave that came from the void and captured it with his consciousness. "Don't resist it later," Saito reminded her again after he captured the signal. "Okay," Misaka Mikoto answered softly. Saito did not hesitate after receiving a response. He immediately used his spiritual sense to gain control of this space. Misaka Mikoto, who was frowning as she felt uncomfortable, turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the dark space of consciousness. Just as the two of them left the space of consciousness, Ito Seiji's lonely figure once again appeared in the Misaka network, which was still in chaos. At the same time, Misaka Mikoto, who was forcefully evolving into a LV6 absolute ability user, regained her senses. Her face paled as her body twitched and fell to her knees. She was only able to support herself with her hands to prevent herself from collapsing. Saito, where are you?" Misaka Mikoto screamed from the bottom of her heart. Try to recall the breathing frequency you used in the space of consciousness. Use it to focus your mind and control the violent electric current outside of your body. Saito's spiritual sense was in the Misaka network. Using the final order's authority to control the Misaka network, he spoke to Misaka Mikoto, who was still connected to the Misaka network. Misaka Mikoto calmed down when she heard the voice from the bottom of her heart. She endured the immense pain caused by the forceful evolution and tried to recall what happened in the space of consciousness. She adjusted her breathing and entered a special state of concentration. She tried to calm the rampaging ability in her body. Saito did not waste any more time after informing Misaka Mikoto of the solution for the time being. He immediately dispersed the spiritual sense into countless surging radio signals that spread throughout the Misaka network and attacked it in reverse. Saito, who was in the control tower, then connected the radio signals with the final order's authority to forcefully eliminate the virus in the entire Misaka network. With Saito's immense computing power that was backed by the will of the world, the Misaka network that was made up of only 10,000 people was quickly taken over, and the unique virus that wreaked havoc in the Misaka network was wiped clean. He also installed a new backdoor and fireproof system for the Misaka network. But if that's the case, I'll have to think of a way to escape from Academy City and leave this world. After all, This level of protection has already affected Alistair's plan to create an artificial heaven, as well as the use of artificial angels. This has crossed his bottom line, and it's enough for him to personally deal with me. Seito frowned as he removed his hand from the forehead of the final order whose breathing had calmed down. Seito did not hesitate as he used the final order's authority to summon the 10 Misaka sisters in Academy City back to the 3rd medical hospital of a certain university. He then took out his phone and sent a message to Haruki Miyama, Kinuhita, Sai, Frenda, Takitsuru Riku, Bushu Keshin, Yoshikawa Kikyo, and Inticus. In the message to Frenda, he also told her to bring her sister, Freemia Sevelin. As for Bushu Keshin and Kikyo, who had not agreed to work for him, Seito planned to forcibly bring them into the Rubik's Cube world and let time influence them. After that, Seito bent down and hugged the final order in his arms. He then secretly left a black iron plate with the Flying Thunder God's tracking technique on the spot. He then activated his psychokinesis and rushed towards the roof. He was going to send the Misaka sister 10032 back to the hospital. Although he had already decided to leave Academy City, Seito still needed to disguise himself as a normal psychic before he really left. After all, Alistair would not immediately notice the changes in the Misaka network and would need some time to calculate. However, if he gave up on his disguise and directly used his teleportation ability, Alistair's attention would immediately fall on him, which would affect his escape plan. With the help of his psychokinesis, Seito quickly appeared on the roof of the Zyron room. In an instant, the liquid metal transformed into a humanoid form, using her liquid metal arms to stab at Shokuho Misaki, who was completely clueless about taijutsu. Seito did not hesitate and grabbed the liquid metal doll and used his psychokinesis to immobilize it and save the dying Shokuho Misaki. Then, Ito-sei's mind turned, and the psychokinesis shackled outside the liquid metal doll's body immediately contracted inwards, forcibly compressing the liquid metal doll, controlled by Yutaka, into a ball of silver-white substance. The liquid metal doll probably realized that its ability was no match for Seito, so it immediately gave up on controlling the liquid metal doll and withdrew its psychokinesis. Thank you. Shokuho Misaki, who had just escaped from danger, immediately returned to her normal self and thanked Ito-sei in a frivolous manner. You're welcome. Seito threw the liquid metal doll aside. Ito-sei said softly as he walked towards Misaka's sister 10032 with the last work in his arms. Looks like I'm not needed here anymore. Shokuho Misaki looked at Seito, who squatted down next to Misaka's sister 10032 and took out a strange-looking syringe filled with light blue liquid and injected it into her body. Since I'm done, I'll go enjoy my Great Tyrant Star ritual. At this moment, Misaka Makoto appeared on the roof with a pale face and short of breath. She looked at Seito and Shokuho Misaki and asked anxiously, "How is the child?" Obviously, after she escaped from the forced evolution state and regained some strength, she immediately used magnetic control to rush up. I've injected the anti-Nanamakeen's vaccine into her body. She just needs to rest for a few days, and she'll be back to normal, Seito said as he put away the empty syringe and carried Misaka's sister 10032 in his arms. Phew, that's good. Misaka Makoto was relieved after hearing Seito's confirmation. She sat down on the ground and panted. You guys should leave this place as soon as possible. I'll take them to the hospital. Ito-sei turned around and looked at Shokuho Misaki and the blonde man, as well as Misaka Makoto, who was sitting on the ground. I'll help you, Misaka Makoto said as she tried to stand up from the ground, but her muscles were too numb. She couldn't exert any strength at all. If she wasn't worried about Misaka Makoto, she wouldn't have rushed over. Don't force yourself. Don't forget that I'm a doctor. I know your body better than you do. Just stay here and rest, Seito said with a light smile. Hearing Seito's words, especially the part about knowing her body better than you do, she couldn't help but remember what happened in the space of consciousness. She was naked and was seen by Seito. She couldn't help but blush, making her look even cuter. Makoto's muscles have been damaged to a certain extent because of what happened just now. Can you send her to the hospital later? Ito-sei turned to Shokuho Misaki and said, You really take good care of Mikoto. Shokuho Misaki's inquisitive gaze moved back and forth between Ito and Misaka Mikoto. Ito couldn't be bothered with Shokuho Misaki's inquisitive gaze. He hugged the last work and Misaka Mikoto 1003-2 tightly and activated his telekinesis to jump up from the roof. He flew towards a certain university's third hospital at high speed. Flying at a speed that was twice the speed of sound, Ito-sei arrived at the third medical hospital of a certain university in an instant. He then walked into the ward that was specially prepared for the treatment of Misaka's younger sister. He placed Misaka Mikoto 10032 and the last work into the medical equipment and operated it to treat them. Misaka's sister 10032 and the last work's problems were basically solved by Ito-sei outside, so there was no need for any complicated treatment. All he needed to do was to check if their physical data was stable and give them a shot of a special potion. That was all he needed to do. After a round of examination and treatment, the whole process only took a little more than 10 minutes. By this time, most of the people who were supposed to be there had already arrived at the rendezvous point. Seito then took out a metal plate with the Flying Thunder God's tracking technique and gave it to the Misaka Mikoto sisters who had already returned to the hospital. He then left the treatment room and headed towards the rendezvous point. The first rendezvous point was Haruno Kiyama's apartment that wasn't far from a certain university's third hospital. At this moment, other than the original owner of the apartment, Haruki Kiyama, Kinuhita Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, there was another cute girl who was about 10 years old. She looked very similar to Frenda, with curly blonde hair. She wore a light green and gray dress with a pair of pink stockings on her legs. Looks like everyone's here, Ito said as he walked into the apartment. What's the rush? It took me a lot of effort to get out of the school. Kinuhata Sai, who was wearing a sports attire with an unknown school's logo, said, I'm bringing you all to witness a new world. Ito replied. He then ignored Kinuhata Sai and Frenda, who were shocked by his words, and took out his phone to activate the hover circuit to disguise the surveillance footage. He then took out a test tube with a specially made nanomachine from the Rubik's Cube world and threw it on the ground. Pa! Following the sound of the test tube breaking, the specially made nanomachine inside the test tube flew out and filled the entire apartment. Although they were confused by Ito's actions, other than Frenda's sister Freemia, who wanted to ask, but was stopped by her sister, no one asked what was going on. After controlling the specially made nanomachine to disguise the AM field of everyone in the apartment, Ito smirked and opened the Rubik's Cube world to put Haruki Miyama, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, her sister Freemia, and Takitsubu Riku inside. After throwing them into the Rubik's Cube world, Ito, who was in the Academy City in the Rubik's Cube world, with a thought, 5 pieces of wood came out from his shoulder and fell to the ground, transforming into Haruki Miyama, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. Although I don't know how long the wood clone's special form can deceive people, I hope it won't be too short. Ito thought as he spread out the specially made nanomachine and attached it to the wood clone according to everyone's appearance. Ito didn't stay any longer and turned around to leave Haruki Miyama's apartment. He headed to the place where he had arranged to meet with Sei Taiksen, an abandoned factory building. Fortunately, whether it was Sei Taiksen's Academy of Computer Science or the factory building where they were supposed to meet, they were all in School District 7. Ito didn't have to waste time to go to another school district, so Ito soon arrived at the abandoned factory building and saw Sei Taiksen in her Academy of Computer Science uniform. Chapter 889. The meeting between the two began with silence. Forget it, I don't have much time. I'll just get straight to the point. Ito sighed when he saw that Bushu Jaisenshin had no intention of speaking first. He then stepped to Bushu Jaisenshin's side in an instant. The moment her pupils shrank instinctively, Seito slammed his palm on her neck and knocked her out. Seito reached out to support Bushu Jizenshин. With a thought, he sent Bushu Jizenshин into the Rubik's Cube world. Seito then did the same thing. He used Wood Clone to transform into Bushu Jizenshин and attached the special nanomachines disguised as Aim's diffusion field to the Wood Clone. Seito nodded at the Wood Clone that had transformed into Bushu Jizenshин. He then immediately turned around and left the abandoned factory. Without stopping to rest, he rushed toward Fengchuan Kikyo and Indix's location. Since Fengchuan Kikyo and Indix were received late in the order, Seito arranged for the two to wait in the office allocated to him in the third medical hospital of a certain university when he arranged a meeting place. Therefore, after circling around School District 7, Seito once again returned to the third medical hospital of a certain university. Huh, where's the last? Indix asked when he saw Seito pushing the door open and entering the office. In the special treatment room, Seito replied. What's wrong with her? Indix asked with concern. It's nothing, just a little heat stroke, Seito explained with a smile. If you're worried, you can go and see her. But she's probably still sleeping right now and won't be able to accompany you. I understand, Indix replied. He then turned around and walked out of the office. He walked toward the special treatment room where the last and the Misaka sisters were. Seito watched Indix leave the office. He then turned to Fengchuan Kikyo and said with a serious expression, the situation has changed. There's no time for you to think about it. So, please answer me immediately. Are you willing to accept my invitation to become the last personal nurse researcher? Fengchuan Kikyo frowned slightly. He couldn't help but lower his head and ponder. In fact, psychologically speaking, she was very willing to accept this job, not only because she was familiar with the final product, but also because she wanted to observe the final product and cultivate it well. However, Seito was just too mysterious. Not only was he strong enough to easily defeat Accelerator, who was ranked first, but he was also accompanied by a little nun who was basically impossible to appear in Academy City. And what worried her the most was, there seemed to be other troubles around him from time to time. This made Fengchuan Kikyo, who did not plan to enter the dark world after the evolution experiment of the absolute ability, hesitate to accept this job offer and take the risk to be the private nursing researcher of the final work. Can you guarantee that other than that, I won't be bothered by other troublesome matters? Fengchuan Kikyo looked up at Seito and asked. This was her bottom line. Although Fengchuan Kikyo was more interested in the final work, she would not put herself in danger for this kind of thing. Otherwise, she would not think that she was just not gentle, but very naive. I can guarantee you, absolutely not. Seito replied with a look of certainty. Okay then. Fengchuan Kikyo sighed. With this sentence, it meant that Fengchuan Kikyo had accepted Seito's invitation to become the private nursing researcher of the final work. Seito, who received an agreement, smiled slightly and moved the unsuspecting Fengchuan Kikyo into the Rubik's Cube world. However, Seito did not split into Fengchuan Kikyo's appearance to confuse others. Instead, he turned around and left the office, walking toward the special treatment room. After more than 3 minutes, Seito appeared in the special treatment room again. Indix. Seito called out to Indix, who was pestering the perfect female Misaka's sister in his mind. Indix, who heard the greeting, turned around with a puzzled look on her face. We're going home, Seito said with a smile. Don't you need to participate in the competition today? Indix, who had walked up to Seito, asked in surprise. No need. Seito shook his head and explained. Okay, remember not to resist. I'll send you to see Asola. Indix's eyes widened in shock. However, the Rubik's Cube world had already opened and sent her to the room assigned to Asola. Surprised? Seito looked at 10032, who was lying on the bed. All the Misaka sisters in Academy City asked with a smile. According to Academy City's ability development theory, a person can only have one ability, one of the Misaka sisters said. But the ability you used just now was of the space element. It doesn't match the ability you showed, another Misaka sister said. Could you be the legendary multi-talent ability user? Misaka concluded. The third Misaka sister concluded with their unique way of speaking. To a certain extent, yes. Sei Ito confirmed with a smile. Then, he slowly put away the smile on his face and looked at the Misaka sisters in front of him with a serious expression. You should know what happened just now. It's too dangerous for you to stay in Academy City. So, I've decided to take you away from here. Are we going to leave like the silver-haired nun? Misaka was looking forward to it, but she was also puzzled. One of the Misaka sisters said with an expressionless face. Yes. Sei Ito nodded and confirmed. In order to prevent the other Misaka sisters from being harmed, I'll go abroad to prevent them from being harmed. I'll bring them with me so that we can live together. Can we? Misaka asked anxiously. Yes, you can, Sei Ito said with a firm tone. Then he walked up to the last work and hugged her. He carried her to Misaka sister 10032 and said to the other Misaka sisters, All right, we don't have much time left. Gather around me. I'll take you away from here. The Misaka sisters trusted Sei Ito a lot since he had saved their lives and healed their bodies. They immediately gathered around him and waited for Sei Ito to make his move. You can definitely live like normal people. Definitely. Sei Ito said with a serious face as he looked at the 10 Misaka sisters who trusted him. Then he activated the Rubik's Cube world and sent the 11 Misaka sisters, including the last work, into it. Sei Ito believed that Alistair would know about this immediately. Without hesitation, he activated the Flying Thunder God spell and appeared in the gigantic brain room in the artificial room. He activated the Rubik's Cube world and swallowed the gigantic brain. The moment the gigantic brain disappeared, Sei Ito's face turned serious as he sensed danger. He activated the Flying Thunder God spell again and appeared in the cell where Oleana Thompson was locked up. While she was still in shock, Sei Ito knocked her out and sent her into the Rubik's Cube world. At this point, Ito Sei, who was almost reluctant to leave Academy City, used instant transmission to disappear from the prison and appeared in the sky above Academy City. With a thought, he detonated the special nanomachines attached to the wood clone, and the nanomachines mixed into the hover circuit, creating a small area of effect that could affect the AIM field and the hover circuit to a certain extent. While doing so, he continuously used teleportation to leave Academy City at high speed. Sei Ito could teleport 3 times in a second. Each time he teleported, he could teleport 1 kilometer away. When the chaos subsided, Sei Ito was already above School District 2. He only needed to teleport a few more times to get out of Academy City's airspace. But at this moment, Ito Sei suddenly felt that he was being locked on by something. Then, when he teleported for the second time, a thick laser beam suddenly shot down from the sky, instantly enveloping the place where Ito Seiji was. F***CK, that was close. At the moment when the laser beam fell, Ito Sei, who had dodged into the Rubik's Cube world, said to himself with lingering fear, that attack just now was launched from the large-caliber ground-to-ground laser cannon mounted on the Cowherd 2 satellite, right? The kind of pressure and sense of crisis is no less than facing an A-level expert. Whatever, let's ignore that stupid satellite for now. I should get out of Academy City as soon as possible, Sei Ito said to himself as he calmed himself down. With a thought, he returned to the sky above Academy City in the magical Forbidden World and continued to teleport out of the Academy City. Although the laser cannon was powerful, it couldn't fire continuously without a gap. It needed at least a minute to recharge between each shot. Although this 1 minute was short, it was enough for Sei Ito to get out of Academy City's airspace. As for whether Cowherd 2 would continue to attack him after he got out of the airspace, that was something he had to consider after he got out. Fortunately, Sei Ito wasn't far from the edge of Academy City. It only took him less than 10 seconds to get out of Academy City's airspace and into normal Japanese territory. Later, Ito Sei jumped into the crowd and got into a crisscrossed building complex. While no one was paying attention, He used the transformation technique to turn into a black cat and continued to escape from the path at high speed. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go here to read. Chapter 890. Who knows if Alistair had other plans, or if he thought that this wasn't the right time to use his trump card. So during the entire process of Ito, say, escaping from Academy City, he didn't take any other actions other than firing a laser cannon to stop him. He didn't use his trump card, Angel Iowa, nor did he use quantum entanglement to transform into his own form. Strangely, he just let Sei Ito leave. However, unbeknownst to Ito, Sei, a piece of information about him leaving Academy City had spread in the magic world. This made the magic forces that coveted Asola and the power of the Book of Law eager to take action. Some of them even sent people to stop Ito, Sei. The British Puritans who heard that Sei Ito had left Academy City even sent Sage Kanzaki Kaori and the genius rune Mage Steel to Japan to retrieve the Catalog of Secrets. At the same time, a special squad called Welcoming Lightning that directly belonged to Chairman Alistair set off from Academy City and chased after Sei Ito's whereabouts. At the same time, Sei Ito was in Academy City in the Rubik's Cube world. He was explaining the situation in the Rubik's Cube world to the newly joined researchers Haruki Kiyama, Kikyo Yoshikawa, and Tetsushin Wabi, combatants Half-Key Magician and Magister Oriana Thompson, Kinohita, Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, and the unrelated Freemia, as well as the Misaka sisters. That's the basic situation. Sei Ito ended with this sentence and said to the people who were still in a state of shock and disbelief, "Looks like we've been betrayed." Tetsushin Wabi, who had a pair of dead fish eyes, was the first to recover from the shock. "Yes, you've boarded a pirate ship that you'll never be able to get off in this lifetime." Sei Ito shrugged and laughed. "What are you going to do with us?" Kinuhita Sai, who was so shocked that she even forgot to speak super something that she was used to, asked. "Except for Oriana, I have other arrangements. I will put the rest of you in the Superpower Support Research Institute, Babel." Sei Ito glanced at Haruki and the others and said, "But don't worry, I will open a separate department for you." "Okay, let's go." After everyone nodded to show that they understood, Ito said to everyone with a smile. Then, with a thought, he led everyone to the director's office in the Babel building. "My lord," seeing a group of strangers suddenly appear in front of him, Bai Mulong, who was sitting on the black leather boss chair drinking tea, quickly put down the teacup and got up from the chair, greeting Sei Ito in the crowd. "Come, let me introduce you to each other." Ito smiled and greeted Bai Mulong, who walked around the table to his side. "This is the person in charge of the Superpower Support Research Institute, Babel." Director Bai Mulong. Sei Ito pointed to the dark brown professional suit next to him. Her legs were wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, and she had long black hair with slight waves. The whole person looked easy to get along with. Bai Mulong introduced to everyone. "Hello, I'm Bai Mulong. Please take care of me in the future." Bai Mulong didn't put on airs just because she was the director of Babel. She humbly greeted everyone. "Hello." Everyone returned the greeting. "This is Ms. Haruki Miyama. She's an expert in superpower research." Sei Ito pointed to the black stockings wrapped around her legs, wearing a gray professional skirt and a white shirt. With a black tie tied around his collar and thick eyelashes under his eyelids, he looked like he was suffering from severe insomnia. Haruki Mushin said. "Hello." Kimiyama Harusei, who was more dull and gloomy, said with few words. "Bai Mulong, don't mind her. She's like this. You'll understand when you get along." Although he knew that Bai Mulong's personality wouldn't be good, in order to prevent misunderstandings, Sei Ito hurriedly mediated. "It's okay, master, I don't mind." Bai Mulong looked at Sei Ito with a smile and said, "Oh, that's good." Ito Kuri said with a smile. Then he pointed to Tashin Bushu, who was wearing a blue school uniform with long dots. His black hair was messy like seaweed, and his eyes were worse than Haruki Miyama's. Ito Kuri introduced him. "This is Tashin Bushu, 17 years old. Although he is young, He has scientific research ability in the field of biological psychiatry that ordinary experts can't match. Hello, I'm Bushu Jushin. Please take care of me. Knowing that the person in front of him was likely to be his direct superior, Bushu Jushin greeted him. This is Fangchuan Kikyo, a researcher in superpower. After Bushu Jushin and Bai Mulong greeted each other, Sei Ito pointed to Fangchuan Kikyo, who was wearing some old clothes. Hello, please take care of me in the future. Fangchuan Kikyo saluted. Later, Ito Sei introduced Kinuhata Sai, Frienda Sevelin, Takitsubu Riku, and the Misaka sisters to Kashiwagi Ryo. After all the introductions were complete, Ito Sei told Kashiwagi the purpose of his visit. From now on, they will join Babel. However, because you all come from different worlds, their research direction is different from Babel's system. Therefore, I'm going to set up a separate department under Babel's name. Except for the necessary financial support and venue, they will be responsible for the internal affairs. Okay. Bai Mulong nodded and agreed. I'll prepare the office for you later. Bushu Fangchuan, try your best to help the Misaka sisters in the future. Let them have a normal relationship as soon as possible. Sei Ito turned to Bushu Jushin and Fangchuan Kikyo. Understood. Bushu Jushin and Fangchuan Kikyo replied. Miyama, your research direction is still in the field of AIM diffusion and the part of the brain network. However, don't just limit it to the system of your original world. Include Babel's espers in your research system. Sei Ito turned to Haruki Miyama and said, Understood. Haruki Miyama nodded. Kinuhata Sai, Takitsubu Riku, you two try to use Babel's technology and see if you can break through your own level limit and enter the level 5 level. Sei Ito turned to Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku again and said, Can we really be promoted to level 5? Kinuhata Sai's eyes lit up and quickly asked, I'm not sure, but since it's a system of 2 different worlds, maybe there really is a way to promote you to level 5. Sei Ito smiled. I'll work hard. Kinuhata Sai said confidently. Kashiwagi, help them with the admission procedures later. Sei Ito turned to Kashiwagi again and pointed at Kinuhata Sai, Takitsubu Riku, Frienda sisters, and the Misaka sisters. Especially the sisters, let them go to different schools and experience the real life of an ordinary person. Okay, Kashiwagi replied. Okay, you guys do what you need to do. I'll leave first. Sei Ito looked at everyone and smiled. But just as he was about to leave, his face suddenly showed an expression as if he thought of something and said to Kashiwagi, By the way, they don't have a place to live yet. Arrange their dormitory on the way. Understood. Kashiwagi smiled. Itosei, who had nothing else to tell Ursola to do, left the Babel building with Oriana and arrived at the apartment assigned to Ursola. Sir, after living in the Rubik's Cube world for a while, Ursola, who was preparing to record everything she saw and heard in the form of a secret clerk and reorganize her own beliefs, suddenly called out to Ito, who suddenly appeared in the room. Achung. Inticus immediately followed. Wow, I heard this is a different world? Misaka asked curiously. Hearing the two's greeting, Last Work, who was kneeling on the sofa and watching TV, quickly turned to Sei Ito and said, Yeah, a new world where no one will take advantage of you and the Misaka sisters and put you in danger. A new world where you can live a normal life. Sei Ito looked at Last Work and smiled. A normal life? Is it like the life of a student in Academy City? I don't know why, but Misaka suddenly felt touched. Final Works tilted her head and said, Yes, so soon you'll also go to school, just like the other children. Going to the front of the Last Work, Ito Sei squatted down and looked at her eyes. Wow, Misaka can go to school. Misaka couldn't hold back her excitement at the sudden surprise. Final Work jumped up from the sofa and cheered. Hee. Sei Ito straightened up and patted Last Work's head. Then he walked to the side and sat down. He looked at Ursola, who was wearing a white linen robe, Oriana, who was dressed like a Persian dancer, and Inticus, who was wearing a white monk's robe with golden embroidery. I plan to build a magic school for the children who wish to learn magic. Sir, are you going to promote magic in this world? Asala asked in her special way of speaking. Yes, I've had this idea for a long time. It's just that I didn't have a teacher because I only had magic books, Ito said softly with a smile. Don't tell me you want me to be a teacher? Oriana, who was not stupid, immediately understood the meaning of Ito's words. She said with a surprised face. Not only you, but also her. Ito looked at Inticus with a smile. Me? Inticus pointed at himself, his face full of shock. Chapter 891. P.S. Thanks to Dark Flamelight, Zhang Xiaozhong, and Rosette Martial Emperor for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to Instant Potato, NXCX, and Nickfany for their tips. Yes, no one is more suitable than you. You have 103,000 magic books and are proficient in all the magic theories of the East and the West. Ito-sei looked at Inticus and smiled. And with this as a foundation, I also believe that you will be able to quickly master the otherworld magic knowledge I will impart to you and become a real demon god who is proficient in multi-world magic. But I don't have any magic power? Inticus asked, still confused. What you don't have is the magic power of the world you were born in, which is the magic power created by refining life force. But in other worlds, although life force is also the source of power to drive magic, most of them are still spells based on mental strength. As long as you can grasp the method of refining magic power from other worlds, it's not impossible for you to possess magic power and cast magic, Ito explained with a smile. Besides, even if you don't succeed in the end, you can still be a magic professor who only imparts theoretical knowledge and let others do the practical teaching, Ito continued. Can I really do it? After hearing Ito's explanation, Inticus, who had no experience as a teacher other than being a directory of forbidden books and mobile library, was not very confident. You can definitely do it, Ito looked at Inticus with confidence. Then, all right, I'll give it a try. But if something goes wrong, don't blame me. Inticus hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. At the same time, in case Ito came looking for trouble in the future, Inticus had set up an ambush in advance. Don't worry, I won't blame you, Ito said with a smile. Seeing that both Oriana and Inticus had agreed, Ito flipped his hand, and several apprentice-level magic books that he had copied from the Magic Realm Library of the main world appeared in his hand. This is a basic book on a magic system of another world. Take a look. Ito handed the book to Inticus. He said to the three of them, including Oriana and Asola. Hearing that this was a magical world from another world, the three of them showed a curious look at the same time. They stepped in front of Ito-sei. Each of them reached out to pick up a book, moved it in front of their eyes, and lowered their heads to open it. As professionals, Oriana, Inticus, and Asola were soon attracted by the knowledge contained in the book and immersed themselves in reading it. You guys watch. I'll go back outside to deal with some matters first. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask Asola. Ito patted his thigh lightly. He stood up from his sofa and said to the three of them who were engrossed in reading the book. Understood, my lord. Asola, who had recovered from her daze, hurriedly replied respectfully. I'm leaving. Ito smiled as he rubbed the last work's head again. Without waiting for Oriana and Inticus to respond, he instantly disappeared from their sight and returned to the magic forbidden world. Ito first stood in place and looked up at the gradually darkening sky. Then, he withdrew his gaze and transformed into an ordinary middle-aged man. He walked out of his hiding place and walked slowly to the nearest post office like an ordinary person. Soon, Ito arrived at a post office that was about to close. He bought 30 small couplets, more than 200 stamps, and an equivalent number of envelopes. Under the strange gaze of the staff, Ito walked out of the post office and randomly found a house nearby. Regardless of whether there was anyone in the house, he directly broke into the house illegally. Dear, you're back. The door opened and closed with a muffled sound. A middle-aged woman in casual clothes with a checkered scarf on her chest walked out of the kitchen. She greeted him with a smile while wiping her hands with the hem of her apron. The next moment, the smile on the woman's face immediately changed. Her expression was full of horror as she asked, "Who are you?" Seito was too lazy to answer the woman's question. He directly used his mental strength to forcefully break through the woman's self-defense barrier and activated hypnosis to brainwash her. I clearly heard the door open just now. Why isn't there anyone here?" After a while, the middle-aged woman's eyes moved. She looked at the door with a puzzled expression and muttered to herself. Then she turned her head to look at the situation in the room, as if she didn't notice Seito's existence at all. She turned back to the kitchen with a strange expression and continued to prepare dinner. At this time, Seito, who had already sat down on the sofa, had an idea. More than 200 black iron pieces with flying thunder god's positioning technique appeared on the coffee table in front of him. He used psychokinesis to control them into the envelopes, sealed them, and affixed them with stamps. He also wrote the mailing address. "Let's do these first. After the letter arrives, I'll continue to send it." Seito looked at the more than 200 envelopes in front of him that were ready to be sent out at any time and sighed softly. Then Seito put away the envelopes in front of him, got up, and left the house. He returned to the post office and put the envelopes in his hand into the mailbox. After doing all this, Seito did not stay in the same place for long. He walked at a normal speed from the post office and stopped a taxi halfway to Haneda International Airport. After that, he did not pick the destination that the plane was going to. He randomly found a plane that was about to take off and sneaked into it. He then boarded the plane and left Japan. I didn't expect it to be Russia. A few hours later, Seito, who had sneaked out of the plane, looked at the crowd around him and curled his lips. Forget it. Although it was nice to eliminate the 3 nuns in the white book, the sisters are still more important. Let's pick up the sisters that are in the related organization in Russia first. With that thought in mind, Seito immediately took out his phone and activated the special function to contact the nanomachines that were buried in the gift that Seito gave the Misaka sisters before they were sent out of Academy City. He then locked onto the sisters' current location. "I'm in luck. There's one Misaka sister nearby." Seito chuckled as he looked at the red dots that were spaced apart from each other on his phone. He then put away his phone and stopped a taxi to go to the related organization that was working with Academy City. Although Russia in the Magic Forbidden World is also a technologically advanced country, in terms of technology, it is still much worse than Academy City, which specializes in science. It can't stop Ito, who can freely enter and exit the secret scientific research institute in Academy City using the technology of Academy City, and he was able to sneak in without being noticed. He then found the Misaka sister, who was resting in one of the rooms. Voila! Just as Ito entered the room, there was a sound of a gun bolt being pulled. "Don't shoot, it's me." Seito, who heard the sound, immediately said to the Misaka sister who was sitting on the bed with an automatic rifle in her hand. She was only wearing a pair of blue and white striped boxers. She was aiming at him with an automatic rifle in her hand. "I didn't know you were this kind of person," Misaka said with disdain. The Misaka sister put down the rifle in her hand. "What kind of person?" Seito asked back. "Attacking an underage girl at night is a criminal act." Misaka kindly reminded him with the intention of helping him out. "Seems like you're living a good life here. You even learned how to complain." Seito was speechless. "All right, hurry up and pack your things. I'll take you away." The Misaka sister, who was constantly connected to Misaka's network, naturally understood what Seito meant by leave. She didn't ask any questions. Instead, she grabbed her clothes and put them on in front of Seito. "It seems like I'll have to teach you what shame is as soon as possible." Seito sighed softly. "Misaka's knowledge system has introduced what shame is, but I don't know what it's like. So I'm confused." The Misaka sister, who was buttoning her shirt, said, "In normal life, other than when you're taking a shower, have you ever seen someone take off their clothes in front of others and expose their body to others?" Seito tilted his head and thought for a while before asking, "No, I haven't." The Misaka sister replied after she finished buttoning her dress and put on a sleeveless sweater, then it's because of the human's sense of shame. If one exposed one's body to another person for no reason, under the constraints of morality, people would naturally regard the thoughts they had when they saw someone else's body as the other party's true thoughts. That's why you think it's shameful and impolite to expose your body. That's what shame is, Sei Ito explained. Pervert. The Misaka's sister, who was wearing the special eye protection glasses, pointed at Sei Ito. The Misaka's sister, who was wearing the special eye protection glasses, pointed at him. How long does it take for you to say something like that at a time like this? Sei Ito complained weakly. It seems like my choice of words was correct. Misaka sighed as she learned another common sense. Misaka said expressionlessly, "All right, let's not waste any more time. I'm afraid something might happen if we wait any longer." Sei Ito shook his head helplessly as he urged her. The Misaka's sister stopped messing around. She slung the automatic rifle over her shoulder and picked up her phone and the Toada pendant Sei Ito gave her. She turned to Sei Ito and said, "It's done." Upon seeing this, Ito Mori turned his head and looked at the room. She discovered that other than some daily necessities, there were no other decorations in the room that would be found in a normal girl's room. It was as cold and cheerless as a servant's room. Seeing this, Ito Sei couldn't help but sigh. Then, he sent the Misaka sister into the Rubik's Cube world and let her stay with the other Misaka sisters who entered first. Sei Ito immediately teleported and disappeared from the Misaka sisters' room. He appeared on the streets of Russia under the night sky and transformed into a Russian man. He blended into the crowd and moved to another city where the Misaka sisters were staying. A few hours later, the second Misaka sister was also sent into the Rubik's Cube world by Sei Ito. However, in order to prevent his actions from being discovered by Alistair, after Ito Sei picked up the second Misaka sister, he temporarily stopped the rescue operation for the sisters in Russia. He would continue when the time was right in the future. Although he had temporarily stopped the transfer of the Misaka sisters in Russia, it didn't mean that he had to stop his actions in other countries. Therefore, after sending hundreds of letters with the Flying Thunder God's tracking spell to other countries in Russia, Ito Sei, who had changed his appearance, once again sneaked into the plane and flew to the next country and city. Although Alistair was monitoring the sisters all over the world, he could not pinpoint the exact location where Sei Ito would appear. Naturally, he could not use the Misaka sisters' AIM field to control the quantum entanglement state and punish Sei Ito. Therefore, no matter how much Alistair wanted to capture Sei Ito and kill him, there was nothing he could do. In this cat-and-mouse situation, Sei Ito managed to rescue a total of 30 Misaka sisters in a week until the 27th of September. After today, the first batch of letters will arrive at the designated location. This way, I can move much faster. Sei Ito thought to himself as he strolled around the streets of northern Italy in the form of a black-haired Italian man. This should be the place, Asola's house, Sei Ito thought to himself as he stopped in front of a duplex building. He then took out the key he got from Asola, unlocked the door, and walked in. With a muffled bang, Ito Seiji closed the door and summoned Asola, who was wearing nothing but a nun's habit and a white linen robe, to his side. "This is the place, right?" Sei Ito asked Asola. "Yes, my lord," Asola replied respectfully. "Then you may begin." Sei Ito nodded and said, "Although I entered the room using someone else's appearance, I can't be completely sure that there's no surveillance or other things around. It's very likely that the Roman Orthodox Church will be attracted here." "I understand, my lord." Asola nodded solemnly. She then walked into the room and began to pack the clothes and tools she wanted to bring with her. Ito Kari, who had nothing to do for the time being, walked into the room. He waved his hand to summon a palm-sized whirlwind to clean up the dust on the table and the chair in front of him and threw them into the trash can not far away. He then took out the magic books that had been sorted out by Oriana recently and began to read. Chapter 892. Even though Oleana Thompson was a half-baked magician, she was still a master magician who could create something like the Shorthand Codex, which allowed her to have half a foot into the realm of Archmage. Her knowledge in magic was still considerable. Since Inticus was unwilling to provide her with the knowledge of a shorthand codex, this was the best teaching material for mastering the magic system in the Forbidden World. However, Oriana's magic skills were still amateur, and her magic foundation was not perfect. Be it astrology, Kabbalah, or the theory of arcane magic, they were all incomplete. This was the main reason why the shorthand codex she created was not stable enough and could not be preserved. Fortunately, she had Inticus, a theoretical magician, by her side. Even though he was unwilling to replicate the knowledge in the shorthand codex, Seito was able to correct the mistakes in the basics. While Inticus made up for Oriana's foundation, he also prevented Seito from being influenced by the wrong theories and ending up like Oriana. "My lord, it's done." Seito did not know how much time had passed while he was reading. At this moment, Asola's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Where are the things?" Seito flipped his hand and put away the book in his hand. He got up from his chair and turned to Asola, whose face and body were covered in dust. "They're upstairs, my lord," Asola replied respectfully. Seito nodded in response. He walked to the stairs and walked up to the second floor step by step. Then, he entered the room on the second floor with Asola. "Is this it?" Seito looked at the things that were placed on the ground in front of him. The 4 or 5 cardboard boxes that contained either clothes or books asked. "Yes," Asola replied. Seeing that Asola had confirmed it, Seito did not beat around the bush. He moved the boxes into the Rubik's Cube world and sent them to Asola's room. Seito then turned to Asola. He reached out his thumb to wipe away the dust on her face and said, "Is there anything else you need to pack? If there's nothing else, I'll send you back." Feeling the warmth on her face, Asola blushed and said softly, "There's nothing left, my lord." "Good. I'll send you back now," Seito said as he retracted his hand. Then, with a thought, he then sent Asola back to the Rubik's Cube world. Seito did not stay in the messy room any longer. He went downstairs and left the apartment, and headed to the stone bridge over the Grand Canal north of Gijjo. The bridge. Asola's apartment was not far away from the canal, so it didn't take long for Ito-sei to reach the edge of the city's canal. Then they followed the canal north for some distance. They arrived at the Viagra Bridge without a hitch. After arriving at his destination, Seito first turned into an old man with a beard in a secret place. Then he took out a fishing rod, a small red plastic bucket, and a foldable stool from the Rubik's Cube world. Then he turned into an old man who came to fish and walked out from the corner. He came to the end of the bridge, opened the stool, sat down on the rocky embankment, put down the small bucket, swung the fishing rod, and started fishing. Fortunately, it was already afternoon, and Italy was a more open country. There were not many people and police here to meddle in other people's business, so Ito-sei's disguise could continue smoothly. Perhaps Seito was born with good fishing luck, or there were too many fish in the canal. Seito only planned to pretend and did not expect to catch any fish. From time to time, he would pick up a small fish from the canal. If Seito did not always throw the fish back into the canal, the small bucket he used to pretend to be fishing would have been filled with all kinds of fish. Just like this, Ito-sei sat here for a few hours. Just when the sky became completely dark, a giant ice ship flashing under the moonlight came from the canal not far from the Bridge of Vigo. It did not stop at a high speed and crashed into the Bridge of Vigo, where Seito was located. In an instant, there was a loud bang. The Bridge of Vigo shattered under the impact of the huge, 3-masted sailboat with a length of more than 100 meters. The deck to the bottom of the ship was about 20 meters long. From the deck to the tip of the mast, it was made of translucent ice crystals. It emitted a faint glow like a white light bulb. Crackle, plop, plop. It fell into the embankment and the canal on both sides, stirring up a large amount of dust and water. At the moment when the huge ice sailboat crashed, Seito immediately jumped away from the spot and flew onto the sailboat that was passing by. Although the whole sailboat was made of ice crystals, the temperature exuded from its surface was not very cold. It only felt like touching plastic. The surface was not slippery either. It was no different from stepping on flat ground. It allowed people to walk on it smoothly. The entire ship naturally emitted a faint white light, allowing people to see normally even in this dark night, as if it was daytime. Is there a mistake? At this moment, a familiar voice came from the deck of the ship. Seito, who heard the voice, immediately turned to look in the direction of the voice. In an instant, a young man wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and black trousers appeared in front of Seito's eyes. His pitch-black hair was like the spikes of a hedgehog. It's actually Kamiju Toma. Even without Inticus, Kamiju Toma was still sent here by Alistair. It seems that the British Puritans in Academy City placed great importance on the Queen's fleet and the Adriatic Sea spiritual equipment on it. I just don't know how Alistair is going to get Kamiju Toma out of here without the help of the Amicus's style. Seito looked at Kamiju Toma and thought to himself. Seito then ignored Kamiju Toma, who was making a big fuss over there. He turned around and entered the interior of the sailboat, preparing to meet Yanis Santis, who might be on this ship. He wanted to see if he could take her and the 250 combat nuns under his command. Of course, the premise was that they were willing to convert. Seito did not want other people's religions to exist in his world. The interior of the sailboat was very spacious. It was divided into 3 parts. Each floor had more than 10 rooms of unknown use, and each room was about 30 square meters in size. According to the overall calculation of this scale, it was enough to match several of Seito's dormitories in Academy City. However, although there were many rooms on the ship and the space was very large, there were not many people inside. They were basically empty igloos. Therefore, Seito only found Yanis Santis in a corridor after searching for a few minutes. She was wearing cork at the bottom that was 30 centimeters thick. Her feet were cold, and her back, but arms and body had a lot of openings, exposing most of her white and tender skin to the air. She was wearing a black hood on her head. Seito's figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind Yanis. At the same time, he reached out his hands to cover her mouth, nose, and waist, and flashed into an igloo on the side. "Yo, we meet again, little Yanis." Seito, who pushed Yanis onto the bed, chuckled. "It's you. Why are you here?" Yanis asked loudly. Obviously, in addition to being angry at Seito's appearance, she also wanted to let her voice spread further and attract the attention of others. "Would you believe me if I said I'm here to save you?" Seito didn't care about the volume of Yanis' voice at all and said frivolously with a chuckle, "Would you believe the words of a wanted criminal to the pursuers?" Yanis said disdainfully, "But I really am here to save you and the 250 combat nuns you lead." Seito shrugged indifferently. "Why are you saving us?" After carefully observing Seito for a moment, Yanis, who didn't see anything from his face, asked in confusion, "I'm interested in the religious tactics you have in your hands, as well as yourselves." Seito explained casually. Then, without waiting for Yanis to react, he suddenly changed the topic and continued, "Of course, this is only my initial intention to save you. As for whether I want to save you, it depends on whether you are willing to pay the price equivalent to your life." "What do you want?" Yanis asked with a frown. "Your faith," Seito said indifferently. "You're actually an agent of a heretic god. No wonder you wanted to snatch Asola back then. So you were preparing to use the Book of Law to overthrow the cross sect and then spread the ideas of a heretic god." Yanis looked at Seito with disgust and deduced. "I say, can you not randomly imagine things that don't exist and force them on others?" Seito looked at Yanis speechlessly. "Apart from you, everything else is heresy. Since the price you want is faith, then what is it if not an agent of heresy?" Yanis still stubbornly said loudly, "You should listen to what I have to say first." Seito couldn't help but raise his voice. "I won't listen to a single word of heresy," Yanis said as she closed her eyes and covered her ears with her hands. Seito's expression froze when he saw Yanis's reaction. Then, he walked in front of Yanis and put his hand on her shoulder. He said in her mind with his telepathic ability, "What I meant was that you need to return to the state you were in before you became a believer. I don't need you to change your faith to believers of other gods. Do you understand? Since there's no need to change our faith, why are you taking away our faith? Are you insulting me? Yanis, who couldn't cover her voice with her hands, suddenly opened her eyes and angrily glared at Seito. Chapter 893. If I save you, I will naturally place you in a place where the Roman Orthodox Church can't reach. The place where I'm going to settle you down has no religion, only the most primitive worship of idols. If you believers of other wisdom appear there, it's likely to cause the most primitive religious war, which goes against my original intention. That's why I need you to become non-believers again and explore the world from a different perspective. Seito sent his words directly into Yanis's heart through telepathy. Also, is this religion really worth believing in? A religion that judges loyal combatants for no reason? Seito continued without waiting for Yanis to speak. Think about what happened to you, Asola, and the nuns who fought with you. Seito felt that the power of words wasn't enough, so he used them as an example to remind her. Yanis, who was still firm before, couldn't help but waver when she saw the examples. However, Yanis had been adopted by the Roman Orthodox Church since she was young. She had prayed sincerely for many years, and she had devoted almost all of her body and mind to prayer. She quickly became firm again and began to repent for her previous wavering. No need. I won't agree to that kind of price. Yanis refused with a firm expression. Then, Yanis suddenly changed the topic and said, but I can teach you the religious tactics I know. As a price, you don't have to save everyone. You just have to save Sister Angelina and Sister Lucia. Yanis's act of teaching Seito religious tactics seemed to be betraying the faith she guarded. However, there was actually a trap. The reason religious tactics were called religious tactics was that the process of using them was different from ordinary magic tactics. It required faith or understanding of the tactics. In other words, it meant that the non-believers couldn't use it, and the believers were weak. At the same time, it could also allow the non-believers who wanted to master the religious tactics to subtly become believers of the Roman Orthodox Church or the Crusader Church in the process of learning and using it. You have bad intentions. Seito looked at Yanis with a half-smile. I've already given you the price. As for whether you want to do it or not, it's up to you. Yanis put her hands on her waist. She looked at Seito with an arrogant expression. Okay, I promise you. Seito chuckled with an indifferent expression. Seito had already decided to save these combat nuns who were condemned as sinners by the Roman Orthodox Church and throw them on an independent island in the Rubik's Cube world. He would use other methods to achieve his goal. Okay, you wait here. I'll go get the things for you. Yanis said. She was about to go around Seito and leave the room to get the things. Wait, Seito hurriedly called out. Are you regretting it? Yanis asked with a frown. Take this. No matter what, don't throw it away from your side. Seito didn't care about the disdain in Yanis's tone. He took out an iron plate engraved with the Flying Thunder God's positioning tactic and handed it to Yanis. Yanis took the iron plate with a puzzled expression and looked down. However, the tactic engraved on it wasn't a product of this world at all, and it was the most difficult space tactic. In addition, it was modified by Seito based on the space rule he had comprehended. It was a special tactic that could be used in most worlds. How could Yanis, who only knew about religious tactics and was a rookie in magic, discover it? So after carefully looking at it for a few seconds, she could only put it away with a heart full of doubt and vigilance. As for whether she would carry it with her, as Seito said, it all depended on whether she was willing or not. Seeing that Seito didn't say anything, Yanis opened the door, turned around, and walked out of the room. Since I've already decided, let's start. Seito, who was left alone in the room, thought to himself. Then with a thought, he used instant transmission and disappeared from the room, appearing in the sea where no one would have expected. Since a certain scale of ocean appeared in the Rubik's Cube world, Seito, who had obtained the ability to breathe freely in the sea, didn't use a telekinetic barrier to protect himself. He just floated in the sea and looked up at the bottom of the dozens and hundreds of ice crystal ships above him. These ships are not bad. I might as well take them all, Seito thought to himself. After thinking, Seito thought, a high-speed whirlpool of water immediately appeared in front of him and rapidly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it formed a huge underwater tornado under the sea, violently stirring up the surrounding seawater, causing a huge whirlpool to gradually appear on the surface of the sea, pulling the dozens of three-masted ships above the whirlpool into it. Why is there a whirlpool here? A male voice full of anger sounded from one of the ships. Investigating now, Bishop Biagio. At the bow of the ice ship, a nun wearing a black nun's robe, a black hood, and a pair of round rimless glasses hurriedly reported. Forget it. Inform the people on those ships and let them think of a way to escape from the whirlpool. The male voice named Biagio sounded again and ordered. Yes, the nun replied. Then she used a spell to transmit Bishop Biagio's order to the people on the dozen ships caught in the whirlpool. Not long after the order was transmitted, dozens of square holes appeared on both sides of the ships that were trying hard to maintain the stability of their hulls. Then, dozens of large-caliber ship cannons made of ice crystals poked out of the square holes, pointed diagonally at the whirlpool below, and began to bombard Yangshanyan. Boom! Whoosh! Under the continuous bombardment of the cannons, huge waves of water that were more than 10 meters tall, even more than 20 meters tall, shot up into the sky from the sea, and then fell back to the surface of the sea, stirring up huge waves, destroying the whirlpool, and pushing the ships back into the turbulent sea. Under this level of bombardment, even if Seito was still controlling the whirlpool, he could not stop the ships from escaping the shackles of the whirlpool and regaining their freedom. You bomb, I will bomb too. Seito, who was in the turbulent sea, laughed lightly, and then raised his hands in front of him, and his 10 fingers instantly formed several hand seals. Water escape, water ground cannon. In an instant, huge water balls about 2 meters in diameter flew out of the sea and rapidly bombarded the huge 3-masted ship made of ice crystals. Boom, boom, boom. The water cannons were like real cannonballs, bombarding the outside of the ship with full power. But since the ice body could be used as a ship, how could a moving ship be simple? An energy barrier emitting a faint yellow radiance suddenly appeared on the outside of the ship, blocking the bombardment of the water cannons. But although the barrier was strong, the power of the cannonballs was not weak. Therefore, after blocking dozens of water cannons, the energy barrier on the outside of the ship that was bombarded suddenly shattered with a cracking sound, allowing the water cannons to bombard the ship without any hindrance. Crack! Another cracking sound rang out, and an irregular crack immediately appeared on the ship that was bombarded by the water cannons. A large amount of ice fragments shot out in all directions, injuring several unlucky people standing on the deck on the spot. But at this time, the entire fleet already knew that this incident was not an accident, but man-made. Therefore, after this wave of attack, the ships that fell behind the fleet opened their cannons and aimed at the location of the battle, especially the position below the sea, and bombarded in a non-directional manner. Fortunately, Seito was in the sea in his human form, and his value as a target could be said to be quite insignificant. Therefore, many of the attacks only brushed past his body, and other than making him flutter more violently in the sea, there was no other effect. Seems like I have to use my big move, Seito thought as his body swayed with the waves. Then, Seito stretched out his palms, and, as if touching the sea, he activated alchemy and began to refine the sea water into ice crystals. Since it was called a big move, it was naturally not as simple as freezing the sea into ice. In the process of forming the ice crystals, Seito controlled the direction of the ice crystals with his mind, causing all the ice crystals formed under the sea to move in a specific trajectory. If there was someone from the world of steel alchemists here, they would definitely recognize that the pattern was a huge alchemy circle. Although it is a little strenuous to use my own power to activate such a large-scale alchemy circle in this world that is not connected to dragon veins below and truth above, This is the only way to get it done quickly. Say Ito sighed softly as he stood at the edge of the huge alchemy circle. Then, Say Ito stretched out both hands and placed his palms on the edge of the circle made of ice crystals, urging the energy in his body to activate the alchemy circle before him. In an instant, Ito Mori felt that the energy in his body was like a reservoir that had been opened. It kept flowing out, and in a short while, more than 1/5 of the energy in his body had disappeared. And with the infusion of that energy, the entire alchemy circle was finally fully activated, emanating blinding silver radiance that ignored the obstruction of the sea, illuminating the surface of the sea where the Queen's fleet was as if it was daytime. As the crew of the Queen's fleet looked on in horror, the entire surface of the sea turned into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a land of ice that lifted the Queen's fleet out of the sea. Then, the seawater that formed the land of ice changed incessantly. Icebergs, sharp cones, thorns, and other objects appeared over the land of ice, sweeping towards the ships of the Queen's fleet that were trapped and unable to sail. Like hunters who had captured their prey, they cut them up and kept them. Chapter 894. P.S. Thank you to Instacle Potato for your precious monthly votes and tips. P.S. There was a power outage just now. What a pain in the ass. Attack. Hurry up and attack. Search for the enemy's location and eliminate him immediately. On one of the 3 giant ships of the Queen's fleet that was trapped by the frozen continent, the man named Biagio shouted in exasperation. Yes, Bishop Biagio. On the bow of the ship, the bespectacled nun gripped the rudder tightly with both hands. Then, she hurriedly prepared a spell to search for the enemy and began to search for traces of the enemy. A spell developed by a religion to search for the enemy was not weak. Soon, the bespectacled nun found Sei Ito's hiding place from the anti-radium spell. Lord Bishop, the enemy has been found, the bespectacled nun reported. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and order the fleet to eliminate him. Biagio said with dissatisfaction. But the enemy's location is under the sea. No, that's not right. It's under the ice sheet. We can't attack him in our current situation. The bespectacled nun explained. Let the sinners out. Now is the time for them to sacrifice themselves for the Lord. Biagio ordered coldly. Yes, the bespectacled nun accepted the order. Then, she changed the frequency of the communication spell and gave the order to the 250 combat nuns that were originally under Janice Santa's command to attack. At this moment, under the constant assault of icy thorns, sharp awls, icebergs, ice dragons, and other creatures, there was simply no safe place for them to stay. In other words, this order was tantamount to directly pushing these nuns to the brink of death. It didn't matter if it was out of loyalty to their faith or their tainted identities as sinners. None of the nuns could disobey Biagio's orders. One by one, they picked up the spiritual equipment that was made from a symbolic meaning of the religious stories and jumped off the ice ship that was protected by the protective shield that was weakened by the attacks. They ran toward the edge of the frozen continent. Fortunately, Sei Ito had originally planned to abduct this group of witches, so he went easy on them during their journey. As a result, apart from some light to moderate injuries, they didn't encounter any fatal danger on the ice continent. At this moment, the attacks on the entire continent of ice paused. Then, as if controlled by countless pairs of invisible hands, they began to move in strange trajectories. A moment later, an extremely complicated array diagram was formed on the ice continent. It was a large circle enclosing a small circle joining a small circle, and a small circle joining a large circle. Immediately after, a dazzling silver-white light suddenly lit up on the ice continent, forming a thick pillar of light that rose straight into the sky. At the same time, a series of kacha crisp sounds were heard. The sound continued to ring out from the silver-white light pillar. A few minutes later, the silver-white pillar of light that looked like a jade pillar suddenly exploded, turning into countless tiny fireflies the size of winged insects. They gradually dissipated in the night sky, exposing the situation on the ice continent to the outside world once again. At this moment, on the ice continent, countless thick and translucent ice pillars that didn't have a uniform appearance were erected. One pillar after another sealed the dozens to hundreds of huge, three-masted ships in ice. They formed a stunning iceberg that stood in the middle of the vast sea. Sensing his masterpiece, Seito, who was floating in the bottom layer of the ice continent's seawater, slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile on his face. With a thought, he immediately opened the entrance to the Rubik's Cube world under his feet and expanded it to the same size as the entire ice continent. He began to devour the ice continent that was supporting the entire Ice Queen's fleet. Under the devouring of the Rubik's Cube world, the seawater poured into the pitch-black entrance like a waterfall. At the same time, it brought the ice continent down rapidly. After more than a minute, there was a boom. A loud noise came out from the opening of the Rubik's Cube world, officially announcing the end of this devouring action to the world. Then Seito didn't hesitate. He immediately flashed into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the sky directly above the ice continent. Immediately afterward, without seeing any action from Seito, the translucent ice pillars that sealed the Ice Queen's fleet on the ice continent immediately burst open, turning into countless energy light spots. They slowly melted into the surrounding air. Let me see your performance on this deserted island called Ice. Seito, who sealed the magic power of all the ships of the Ice Queen's fleet with the power of the Rubik's Cube world, only leaving a basic energy to maintain the hull of the ship, looked down at the ships on the ice continent below. And the Roman Orthodox Church personnel who came out to check the situation whispered to himself. Then his figure flashed, and he once again appeared on the surface of the Mediterranean Sea of the magic forbidden world with Kamiju Toma, who was still dizzy. But unlike Kamiju Toma, who fell into the water and struggled in vain, Seito immediately used the water release of the 5 elements release technique to turn his body into a stream of water and blend into the surrounding seawater. The next moment, just when Kamiju Toma thought he was about to drown, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in his blurred vision and appeared under him at an extremely fast speed, supporting his body to float above the surface of the sea. It's the Amazushi-style spiritual equipment. It seems that Alistair used other methods to make the Amazushi-style rush over. Seito, who merged into the water with the water release technique, looked at what happened in front of him and thought. On the other side, accompanied by a splash sound, a long and narrow object made entirely of wood and shaped like a football that was magnified hundreds of times emerged from the water and floated on the surface of the water. At this time, 3 dark thin lines suddenly appeared on the surface of the long and narrow object, and then the upper half of the long and narrow object suddenly split from the middle and spread out to both sides with the thin lines as the base, exposing the internal situation of the long and narrow object. In an instant, a dozen Amazushi-style members, led by Kingujai, were reflected in Seito's perception. Save him. Kingujai, who was holding a silver flame-shaped sword, quickly ordered. As his words fell, 2 young male Amazushi-style members quickly rushed out from his side, ran to Kamiju Toma, who fell on the deck, and treated Kamiju Toma, who had fallen into a coma. Fortunately, we came in time, otherwise it wouldn't be like what the Pope said. Kingujai, who saw that his men had already treated Kamiju Toma, relaxed. Then he turned his head to look at the sea where the Queen's fleet was previously, and said to himself with a dignified expression, "It seems that another powerful unknown master has appeared in the world, and I don't know if he is an enemy or a friend to our Amazushi style and the Pope." Cough, 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 cough. Accompanied by a violent cough, Kamiju Toma was finally treated by the Amazushi-style members. He woke up from a coma. "Am I not dead?" Kamiju Toma muttered to himself with a confused expression. "Not yet." Kingujai, who was holding a flame-shaped sword, walked to his side and stood still, looked down at Kamiju Toma and smiled. King Gajai, why are you here? And where am I? Kamiju Toma, who turned over and sat up on the deck, looked around and asked King Gajai with a surprised expression. This is our Amazushi Style's special spiritual equipment for water mobility. You are still in the Mediterranean Sea. King Gajai, who was carrying the flame-shaped sword on his shoulder, stepped up and down on the deck a few times. Then he continued to explain, "We received a message from a guy named Tsuchimikado Motoharu, saying that the Pope asked us to come here to take a look and to help you when you are in danger." The Pope? You said Shinra? Kamiju Toma, who had recovered his breath, stood up from the deck and looked at King Gajai. Yes, King Gajai confirmed. Right, you just said that I was still in the Mediterranean Sea, right? At this time, Kamiju Toma, who seemed to have suddenly remembered something, asked. Then when King Gajai nodded to confirm, he hurriedly asked, "Then did you just see a huge three-masted sailboat fleet made entirely of ice crystals?" I saw it, but they suddenly disappeared. I only saw you as an unlucky person nearby. The others didn't even have the shadow of a fish. King Gajai shrugged and said, "Let's return." King Gajai then ignored Kamiju Toma, who was in shock from his words, and turned to the other Amazushi-style members and ordered. After receiving the order, the Amazushi-style members responded in unison and controlled the spiritual equipment to close up the wooden boat and dive back into the water. They moved from the water to the land. At this time, along with the irregular condensation of water, Seito's figure reappeared in the water. Then, Seito formed a seal with one hand and used the flying thunder god technique to disappear from the water, and randomly appeared in a country where Misaka's sister was. Then, he continued to rescue Misaka's sister. With the flying thunder god technique, which was a technique that should not have appeared in the Forbidden World, Seito's movements became even more mysterious and disorderly. This made Alistair, who was planning to use the power of science to track down his whereabouts, to fail again. He could only expressionlessly watch the red symbols that represented the Misaka's sister disappear one by one from the screen in front of him. Then, he waited for the final opportunity to take them down. However, even if he only took about 10 minutes to save one Misaka's sister each time, he could only save about 90 to 110 of them in a day. If he wanted to save all 10,000 Misaka's sisters, he would need at least 3 months. This was too slow for Seito. Therefore, after completing the first day of rescue, Seito immediately summoned the final product of the command tower to his side and asked her to send a message to all the Misaka's sisters to gather. Of course, this gathering did not mean that all the Misaka's sisters would gather at the same place. Instead, it meant that all the Misaka's sisters in the same country would gather at the same place. This way, Seito's workload would be greatly reduced. He only needed to travel to most of the countries on Earth to complete the task. After receiving the message, the Misaka's sisters immediately moved to their designated meeting point. Perhaps Alistair wanted to reduce the number of locations to calculate Seito's route, or perhaps he wanted to focus on the last location so that he could ambush Seito when he went there. Alistair did not order the Misaka's sisters to leave Academy City and allowed them to leave their respective research institutes and head to the designated meeting point. However, the distance between each sister and the meeting point was different. Therefore, in order to maximize efficiency, Seito and the Misaka's sisters agreed to start the gathering at 8 o'clock sharp on the 30th of September. I hope that the wind ahead won't give up on attacking Academy City because of my actions. I'm going to take advantage of the chaos you created to carry out the takeover work. Ito Sei, who had arranged everything, looked up at the sky and said secretly. Then, Seito's figure flashed. He disappeared from the spot and reappeared in his home in the Rubik's Cube world. Where's Mother? Is she still in seclusion to stabilize her realm? Seito asked his elder sister, Suzu Ito, who was in a set of gray sportswear with her left hand supporting her head. She was lying on the tatami while watching a TV show. Yeah, Suzu Ito replied casually. Then, why aren't you in seclusion? Seito sat down beside Suzu Ito and asked with a smile. I've only just finished. Suzu Ito didn't care if Ito was willing or not. She rested her head on his lap and said in an annoyed tone, "Don't forget, I'm not like Mom who just broke through a realm." Ito nodded. He waved his hand, and a bottle of mineral water appeared in his hand. He opened the lid and drank. "All right, what's the date outside?" "Don't forget that I still have a wedding to attend." Suzu Ito suddenly turned around and looked at Ito. "Yeah, I remember." Ito nodded and replied, "Don't worry, it's still a long time before you attend your friend's wedding. There's still more than a month." "How is that possible? Mom and I have been here for more than 2 months. It's already been 3 months. How can there still be so much time?" Suzu Ito was surprised. I forgot to tell you that I'm currently exploring a dimensional world. The time here is not synchronized with the time in the world we live in. That's why it's like this," Ito explained. "Dimensional world?" Hearing this, Ito Ling's eyes lit up. She turned over and sat up on the tatami. She half turned her body to look at Ito and asked, "Like in the manga?" "Something like that, but it's more advanced than that." Ito nodded and confirmed. "Then what world are you in now?" Suzu Ito asked curiously. "A near-future world where religion and technology are opposed, and where magic and superpowers are on opposite ends." Ito, who wasn't sure if his sister had read the Magical Hair Forbidden Book catalog, used another way to describe it. Chapter 895. It sounds interesting. Little brother, can you take me with you when you leave later? Let me see this wonderful world. Suzu Ito looked at Ito with shining eyes. Let's forget about it this time. I'll take you with me when I go to the next world." Ito, who was a little uncomfortable under Suzu Ito's gaze, braced himself and said, "What's wrong?" Suzu Ito frowned and said with an unkind expression, "Well, for some reason, I provoked the big boss of that world. He's very powerful. If it's converted to our world's general level, he's definitely above level S, and he might even be level X in the legendary realm. It's really dangerous for you to follow me, so let's forget about it." Ito explained helplessly. "Little brother, I really admire your ability to cause trouble. I don't know what to say about you." After listening to Ito's explanation, Suzu Ito sighed speechlessly. "In that case, let's forget about it. But the next time you go to a new world, you must take me with you to see it, okay?" Suzu Ito then changed the topic and said with a smile. Although these words couldn't be more ordinary, Ito didn't know why, but he still subconsciously shivered. "I know, I promise." Ito quickly nodded and agreed. At the same time, he began to think about what kind of world was suitable for him to take Ito Bell to. Soon, the name of a world that was suitable not only for Suzu Ito, but also for his mother Eriko, second sister Ito Reina, and Mayu, who had spiritual power, appeared in Ito's mind. "That's it," Ito decided in his heart. "That's my good little brother." Suzu Ito looked at Ito with admiration. Then, she lowered her body and rested her head on Ito's thigh again. She chatted with Ito casually while watching the variety show on TV. While waiting, Ito, who was spending time with the women he was intimate with, spent the next 2 days happily and tiredly. September 30th. This morning, after saying goodbye to Yi and his family, Ito instantly returned to the world of the Forbidden Book of Magic. Ito then made a hand seal with one hand and suddenly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. He immediately appeared on the spot where the Misaka's sisters gathered. However, Ito didn't take out his phone to contact his sister. Instead, he turned around and left the gathering point, walking slowly into the distance. 10 minutes later, Ito, who had roughly surveyed the surroundings of the gathering point, turned around and returned to an empty space that he had discovered earlier. Ito was currently in the country where Misaka 11899 was located. It was located in the northern part of South America, one of the main cities of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. It was near the outskirts of Paraguay. Compared to the modern appearance of the city center, the location of the outskirts was more unique to South America. A large number of tropical trees filled the surroundings, faintly separating the outskirts from the city. It looked like the outskirts and the city center were in two different dimensions. This is it, Seito decided after looking around again. Then, with a thought, Seito summoned a set of energy disruption field that he had purchased from the Alchemy Guild's underground trading area in Germany in the main world. What a pity. Just a little bit more and Nina, Lakshata, and Celine would have been able to completely analyze the energy disruption field. Then, they would have been able to reverse engineer it. Seito leaned over and picked up the energy disruption field component. But compared to my life, the energy disruption field that's worth 8 million USD is nothing. I'll just buy another set for them to analyze when I get back. Seito thought to himself as he inserted one of the components of the energy disruption field component, a hexagonal short stick made of special alchemy material, into the ground. He then manipulated the surrounding soil to cover the component as a disguise. I hope you could do a good job and affect the stability of Alistair's quantum entanglement state, or even make it impossible for him to materialize. Seito thought to himself as he turned around and walked to another location to insert the component and create a disguise. After a few minutes, Seito finally finished setting up the 8 hexagonal short sticks that formed the energy disruption field, as well as the core generator. However, Seito did not stop. Instead, he crouched down and pressed his hands on the ground, closing his eyes to sense something. The magical energy in the Forbidden World has the characteristic of using the dragon vein. If that's the case, I'll seal the dragon vein in this area with alchemy and alchemy to add another layer of insurance for my actions. After a moment, Seito opened his eyes again, and his eyes were glowing. With that, Seito immediately activated the dragon vein alchemy in the world of steel alchemists, which was exclusive to the country of Exian, and manipulated the flow of the dragon vein and the active characteristics of the dragon vein energy in this area. Under the control of the dragon vein alchemy, the dragon vein energy within a 1-kilometer radius around where Seito was at the center was all sucked back into the veins, leaving the dragon vein energy in the air in this area. However, that was merely sucking the dragon vein energy back into the dragon vein. It was not at the level of sealing. Therefore, after Seito had temporarily buried the dragon vein with his alchemy, he immediately used the alchemy of the world of steel alchemists. Then, he mobilized the tremendous energy generated when the Earth's crust moved to add a layer of isolation to the dragon vein buried by the alchemy. It was to prevent the dragon vein energy from spreading again or being forcibly extracted by others. If that still can't stop you or suppress the ability of your manifestation to a range I can accept, I can only accept it. Seito muttered to himself as he stood up from the ground, his eyes flashing. Now it's up to you. Wind ahead. Seito muttered to himself as he turned to look in the direction of Academy City. Seito then withdrew his gaze and summoned a chair to sit down. He then took out the Forbidden World magic book written by Oleana Thompson and corrected by Inticus, and started reading it. As he was reading and studying, it was time for the agreed-upon time. Seito immediately stood up when he sensed that the time was up. He put away the magic book and chair in his hands, made a seal with one hand, and activated the Flying Thunder God, and began the process of receiving the Misaka sisters. This was the best time to gather the sisters. There was no need for Seito to search for them one by one. As long as he arrived at the agreed-upon location and activated the Rubik's Cube, he could send the Misaka sisters into the Rubik's Cube and continue using the Flying Thunder God to move to the next location. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. In this way, even if the Misaka sisters were scattered all over the world, including more than 100 different countries, it only took Itose a little more than 10 minutes to bring all the Misaka sisters into the Rubik's Cube world, except for the Venezuelan Bolivar sisters. Among them were the 2 sisters who were sent to the South and North Pole, respectively. At the same time, the Misaka sisters who were in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela received a message from Seito through the Misaka network. They left their original meeting point and rushed to the edge of the forest where Seito had set up an ambush. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ito said to the Misaka sisters as he suddenly appeared with the flying thunder god. "I've finally caught you." Suddenly, a strange voice that sounded like a man's, a woman's, an old man's, a child's, a heinous sinner's, and a saint's voice rang in Ito's ears. "I've been waiting for you." As Ito spoke, he grabbed the Misaka sisters and teleported away. At the same time, he activated the energy disruption field to fight against Alistair, who was using the quantum entanglement. With the activation of the energy disruption field, not only was Alistair affected by the quantum entanglement, even the Misaka sisters' body went limp and they fell into Ito's arms. I knew that it must be the special properties of the energy disruption field that affected Misaka sisters' AM field, or the lack of electricity, so he immediately sent her into the Rubik's Cube world. He then looked up at Alistair, who was emitting a soft white light. His body was constantly changing under the influence of the energy disruption field. Alistair, whose body was constantly changing, looked at Ito and asked in a strange voice, "I'm curious. Where did you send them?" No comment. Ito, who was on guard, said coldly, "What an interesting toy." Alistair was not annoyed by Ito's rejection. He lowered his head and looked at his body. He then looked up at Ito and said, "I'm starting to get curious about your existence." Ito's heart skipped a beat when he heard Alistair's words. He immediately tensed up all his muscles and prepared himself for an attack. "Although I don't know how you made the magic energy in this area disappear, it's not enough to seal my movements." After Alistair finished speaking, a flame suddenly appeared around Alistair's body. It instantly expanded and changed into a thick fire dragon. It rushed towards Ito's body like a lifelike dragon. Ito raised his left arm and created an extremely condensed telekinesis barrier in front of him. He wanted to test the strength of Alistair's spell and determine if he wanted to fight against this unstable body. Chapter 896. Boom! In an instant, there was a loud explosion, and Ito's body involuntarily took a step back. So powerful. Even though Ito was mentally prepared, he still didn't expect that Alistair could still cast such a powerful spell in such an unstable state by just manifesting his doppelganger in the quantum entanglement state. Ito couldn't help but sigh. Alistair was indeed worthy of being the top boss in the entire Forbidden World, other than the Angel Iowa, who was beyond the mortal world. Although the power is great, it's still within my tolerance range. It seems that my previous arrangement was still very useful. Ito thought to himself as he flashed out of the energy smoke produced by the explosion and reached out his hand to cast a Taoist thunder spell at Alistair's body. Alistair didn't move in the slightest in the face of the flying thunder. He didn't even open his mouth. A barrier exuding a blue light appeared in front of him and blocked the thunder. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Amidst the chaotic sound, the thunder fiercely exploded and scattered, chaotically overflowing on the surface of the blue barrier. Whoosh! At this moment, a huge water ball more than 1 meter in size suddenly appeared behind Ito and directly bombarded his body. Since the beginning of the battle, Ito, who had fully opened his spiritual perception, immediately noticed the abnormality behind him. With a tap of his foot, his figure suddenly appeared behind Alistair's constantly changing body. His palm was covered with thunder element energy and directly struck towards the back of Alistair's heart. Bang! A burst of explosion suddenly sounded, and a huge impact force rushed out from under Ito's feet. In a hurry, Ito only had time to wrap a layer of telekinesis barrier around his body and was sent flying. At the same time, a slender spear formed by a high-speed rotating whirlwind appeared in midair and bombarded Ito's body. Ito's figure flashed in midair. He used instant transmission to dodge the attack, and at the same time appeared in the sky above Alistair. He opened his mouth and spat out a huge red fireball with a diameter of about 1 meter, burning towards Alistair. At this time, Alistair's body suddenly flashed. Ito's body reformed behind Ito and slashed out a sharp blue wind blade towards Ito's body. Just as Sei Ito was about to use instant transmission to dodge again, a mental attack suddenly drilled into his mind, causing his body to subconsciously stop. This immediately made Sei Ito lose the best opportunity to dodge Alistair's windblade. Fortunately, the purity of Sei Ito's mental energy wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. In terms of accumulation, it wasn't something that ordinary people could compare with. Even compared to Alistair, he wasn't inferior. Therefore, even if he was affected by the sudden spiritual attack, Ito Sei still took the time to cast a telekinetic barrier. It was just that a telekinesis barrier cast in a hurry and under the influence of the mental attack naturally wasn't very sturdy. Therefore, it only lasted less than a second under Alistair's wind blade attack. With a kacha sound, it shattered, allowing the wind blade to leave behind a long and narrow wound on his body. At the same time, Seito's body was immediately sent flying for some distance due to the impact of the wind blade. Alistair, who had gained the upper hand, didn't show any mercy. He once again pointed his finger at Seito in midair. In an instant, more than 10 javelins of light suddenly appeared in the sky above Seito. Under Alistair's control, they rained down on Seito's body. Moreover, in order to prevent Seito from using instant transmission again to escape from the attack, Alistair's mental attack was aimed at Seito. Alistair once again cast a mental attack on Seito. Under the influence of the mental attack, Seito really couldn't smoothly lock onto the spatial node of the fourth dimension. Naturally, he couldn't use instant transmission to evade. However, just because Seito couldn't use instant transmission didn't mean that he didn't have other means to evade the attack. Just as the javelins of light were about to reach him, Seito stopped his body with telekinesis and stepped forward as if he was stepping on flat ground. In a flash, he disappeared under the attack of the javelins of light and appeared in another location not far from Alistair. At this time, Seito was using a special footwork that he developed by combining the law of space he comprehended with the 9-palace footwork and the Taoist ground locking theory when he swallowed the Luxiu's world. Although it didn't have the distance of 1 kilometer like instant transmission, but it also didn't have the requirement of locking onto the exact coordinates of the fourth dimension like instant transmission. As long as he had a vague location, he could form a 9-palace space with himself. Seito could freely move within this 9-palace space. Seeing Seito's strange method of evading, Alistair couldn't help but frown. Then he opened his mouth and shouted 4 inexplicable syllables. The moment Alistair's voice fell, Seito felt the space around him and Alistair suddenly move. An invisible, huge, transparent barrier enveloped him and Alistair together. Then Alistair's body, which was manifested by quantum entanglement, scattered and reformed outside the barrier. Only Ito Sei was left in the enchantment space, which trembled. Countless light fragments like fireflies converged towards the center of the barrier from all directions. At the same time, the scope of the barrier also shrank at a speed that could be clearly perceived in the process of the convergence of these lights. Feeling the gradually shrinking range of the barrier and the energy gathering in the center that gradually emitted stronger and stronger energy fluctuations, Seito couldn't help but frown. Then Seito fiercely stepped in front of the gathering energy cluster that exuded a sense of danger. Using his right palm as a medium, he opened the Rubik's Cube world and waved his hand to grab the energy cluster. Although the gradually gathering energy cluster was very powerful, how could it compete with the power of a world? So after a slight pause, it was swallowed into the Rubik's Cube world by Seito. Without the absorption of the energy cluster, the shrinking speed of the barrier immediately slowed down. Crackle. At this time, a series of chaotic sounds were heard. A large amount of lightning filled Seito's body, and in the blink of an eye, it filled the entire space inside the barrier. Then Seito's right hand formed a sword and moved his arm, controlling the obedient lightning inside the barrier like a child. It turned into a lightning dragon and rushed towards the barrier where Alistair was. Boom, kacha! In an instant, there was a loud explosion as well as a shattering sound. The barrier in front of the Thunder Dragon was immediately shattered by the impact of the Thunder Dragon. After breaking free from the cage, the Thunder Dragon rushed straight towards Alistair. Seito, who was controlling the Lightning Dragon to break the barrier, immediately released his control of the Lightning Dragon and used instant transmission to appear on the ground below Alistair. He bent down and slapped the ground with both hands. In an instant, a loud sound was heard. The Dragon Vein power sealed underground by Seito in advance seemed to have found a vent and formed a thick energy beam. After swallowing Seito, the energy beam quickly rushed towards Alistair in the sky. The Dragon Vein energy was different from Seito's attack. It was pure energy that could completely affect the surrounding energy state. This made it impossible for Alistair to scatter his body to dodge and then reassemble in a safe place like the previous 2 times. Interesting. Facing the Thunder Dragon and the unavoidable impact of the Dragon Vein, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Alistair's face as he said in a soft voice, "Don't worry about it." Alistair didn't seem to make any movements, but several huge magic formations made up entirely of energy suddenly appeared around him, and in a very mysterious state, they combined into an even bigger magic formation. Then, the huge magic array lit up and swallowed all the attacks, no matter if it was the Thunder Dragon or the Dragon Vein energy. Then, like the Ming cult's protector gods Heaven and Earth Great Shift, it turned into a new attack and bombarded Edo below. Boom! The huge beam of light that was suppressing the energy of the Dragon Vein that was still rushing outwards hit the ground without any hindrance. It was not until a huge circular depression with a radius of more than 100 meters and a depth of 4 to 5 meters was formed on the ground that the roar produced by it reverberated in the air. At the same time, a strong wind instantly spread out from the center of the beam of light, blowing away the dust that had just filled the air and revealing the huge impact crater in front of Alias's eyes. Did he escape? Alistair whispered to himself as he carefully observed the traces of the spatial energy flow. Young people nowadays are really not simple. Alistair, who couldn't find any trace of Seito, sighed. Then he no longer maintained the manifestation of the quantum entanglement state and turned back into countless energy particles that drifted in the air. It seems that I can only restart mass production. Alistair seemed to say something in the lingering sound. More than half an hour after Alistair disappeared, in the rainforest more than 10 kilometers away from the battle site, Seito's rather battered figure drilled out of the ground. That kind of attack is definitely an attack of S-class or above. If it wasn't for the Dragon Vein energy suppressing it, it definitely wouldn't be like this. It's just a simple injury from the impact of the Dragon Vein energy, and there are no other problems. Seito thought to himself as he reached out to support himself on a green tree that was as thick as 3 people hugging it. But the explosion of the Dragon Vein energy is really powerful. It almost made me unable to maintain Earth escape and hurt me a second time. Seito sighed as he stood up. Fortunately, my goal has been achieved. I can temporarily retreat. Seito thought as he looked up at the sky. Then, he flashed into the Rubik's Cube world. Chapter 897. P.S. Thanks to Instant Potato, NXCX, and Nickfany for their tips. There were more than 10,000 Misaka sisters in the Academy City, which only had 200,000 residents, so it was difficult to properly settle them down. Therefore, after leaving behind a certain number of Misaka sisters so that they wouldn't appear out of place in the Academy City, the director of the Esper Support Research Institute, Babel, Kashiwagi Miyamoto, was in charge of distributing the remaining Misaka sisters to the ecological city so that they could enjoy the lives of ordinary people. In the process of settling down the Misaka sisters, Seito once again entrusted his final work to Kikyo Fangchuan, who had already set up an independent research lab in the Babel building and started working there. Of course, at this time, Kikyo Fanchuan had successfully become a fourth-grade student in an elementary school in the Academy City. At the same time, after some preparations, a magic school with Oriana and Inticus as the lecturers was successfully opened near the intersection of the Ecological City and the Academy City. As for Asola, who was the secret secretary, she was also the manager of the library in the magic school and the library in the Ecological City. At this time, after a night of rest and adjustment, Ito Sei, who had fully recovered, flashed and appeared above the ice continent floating on the vast Rubik's Cube world. He looked down at the condemned nuns and the combatants of the Roman Orthodox Church on the continent. Still holding on? I just don't know if you can still have such a strong will when all the supplies on the ship are used up. Say Ito squinted his eyes and whispered to himself. After that, he withdrew his gaze and flew into the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Say Ito, who was floating in the void of the Rubik's Cube, first let out a light sigh and then ordered, "Huff, Rubik's Cube, send me back to the main world." As soon as Sei Ito's voice fell, a huge whirlpool hidden in the void of the Rubik's Cube world appeared in front of him. Its high speed of rotation made it look like it was in a static state. Then, a strong suction force was generated from the whirlpool and pulled Sei Ito, who was directly below it, towards the whirlpool. In the process of entering the center of the whirlpool, a colorful membrane suddenly appeared around Sei Ito's body and protected him as he entered the center of the whirlpool. Then, he disappeared completely like a bubble. At the same time, in the Ito Shrine in Akarino, which was located in the western part of Tokyo, Japan, Sei Ito's cube world, Ito Sei turned his hand and took out a quantum computer. He used the conversion facility to connect to the network of the main world, Earth, and entered Alesta Crowley's name into the Google search page. Aleister Crowley, a British mystical scholar, but more people called him the King of Beasts or the Beast of Revelation. Some people even called him the evilest man in the world. He was born on October 12, 1875. At the same time he was born, Eli Levi this also passed away that year. So some people thought he was the reincarnation of Eli Levi this. His parents were members of the Plymouth Brethren Church, which was the basic doctrine of Christianity. Therefore, Crowley lived in an environment where the Bible was completely followed, but he completely despised Christianity. He studied at the University of Cambridge, but did not complete his studies. After he left, he was recommended to a member of the Golden Dawn Society, George Cecil Jones. The Golden Dawn was a mystical society, led by Samuel Reed II, MacGregor Mathers. It taught about magic, Kabbalah, alchemy, tarot cards, astrology, and other mystical subjects. Many of the famous people we know have appeared in this society, including Walter and even the great poet Yeats. This society had a great influence on modern Western mystical thought. Crowley's fate with the Golden Dawn began in 1898, and he quickly climbed to the top of the society. But in 1900, the society began to split, and Crowley was denied access to the upper echelons of the Golden Dawn. The reason was that one of the William Butler Yeats said, "We don't think the Golden Dawn is a reformatory." So Crowley left England and began to travel. He used yoga to train his mind and body, and used the Eastern mystical system to integrate with the Western mystical system. In 1903, Crowley married Rose Kelly and went to Egypt for their honeymoon. When they returned to Cairo in 1904, Rose began to enter a state of hypnosis and believed that the Egyptian god Horus wanted to give an oracle to her husband. To test this, Crowley took Rose to an Egyptian museum and asked her to identify the Egyptian god Horus. She recognized several famous statues and walked toward a funerary column. The column depicted Horus receiving offerings from the dead, and Crowley was particularly interested in a fragment in the museum with the number 666, which he had been interested in since he was a child. This result made him begin to listen to Rose's instructions. For 3 consecutive days after the 8th of April, 1904, he went into his room at noon and wrote down what the voice, or spirit, behind him said. This book was the famous Book of the Law. Because of this book, Crowley began to use the rest of his life to establish a new philosophical system. Looks like I'll have to go to England later. Seeing this, Sei Ito's action of pressing the arrow key paused, looked at the words "The Book of Law" on the screen, and muttered to himself. Then he pressed the down button again and continued to browse the information about Aleister Crowley. In 1906, Crowley returned to the side of Samuel Reed II, McQuig Mathers, and began to rebuild a new mystical society. They named the society Astrum Argentium, and this society became the place where Crowley spread and taught his basic philosophical system. In 1910, Crowley met Theodor Reuss, the leader of the Ordo Templi Orientis in Germany. This group was affiliated with the Freemasons and claimed that they had discovered the highest secret of practicing magic, but only their senior officers could know this secret. So Crowley joined and became one of their leaders in 1921, and at the same time published his work, The Diary of a Drug Addict. The Diary of a Drug Addict. He lived in the United States from 1915 to 1919. In 1920, he founded a monastery for the transmission of his ideas in his villa in Sicily. In 1929, he married his second wife, Mary Terson Ramar, in Hawaii, and at the same time published an important book on magic, magic theory and practice. Crowley finally died on December 1st, 1947. One of Crowley's contributions to the world was his design of the tarot cards, the Crowley Thoth Tarot, which were drawn under Crowley's direction by Frieda Harris, Lady Frieda Harris. In 1943, Crowley wrote his research on the tarot cards in a book called the Book of Thoth, but the Crowley Tarot of Thoth was not published until 1969. In addition to this basic biographical information, there was a lot of other information that came into Sei Ito's eyes, making him understand the evilest man in the world. And the guy who created the modern magic system had a general understanding. After a while, Sei Ito, who had finished all the rumors about Aleister Crowley he could find on the internet, closed the computer and put it away. Then he got up and activated the Flying Thunder God, left his home, and appeared on the streets of England at night. Sei Ito did not stay on the street for long. He quickly walked to a secret entrance that could lead to the demonic realm. He chanted a spell to open the entrance and flashed into the demonic realm. Then Sei Ito took out a piece of magic paper, wrote a paragraph on the paper, and pressed the magic badge that represented his identity on the magic paper. The next moment, as the badge left, the magic paper suddenly burned in front of Sei Ito's eyes. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small pile of black powder and floated to the ground. After doing all this, Sei Ito took a stroll on Merlin Street under the cover of the night. Although it was nighttime, Merlin Street was no less lively than the metropolises outside the demonic realm. In some ways, it was even more interesting and novel than the metropolises full of modern influences. For example, the magic image that Sei Ito saw at this time. The so-called magic image was actually something like a DVD that was used to play movies outside of the demonic realm. However, the images that were played by magic image were three-dimensional images constructed by energy, which made it look very realistic. Other than that, the content that was played was basically related to magic. For example, a mage who was bored out of his wits took an adventure video, or a mage who was interested in magic invited a few friends to make a magic video. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility of some female mages taking private pictures. In short, compared to the Hollywood blockbusters outside the demonic realm, the residents of the demonic realm were more interested in this kind of stuff. At this moment, Sei Ito suddenly felt a faint stimulation. The magic apprentice badge in his pocket was passed to Lucian. Then Ito-sei reached out and took out the badge from his pocket and held it in front of him. At this moment, the magic badge in Sei Ito's hand lit up, and a special magic array that was about 7 or 8 centimeters in diameter appeared on the magic badge. Then, the magic array lit up slightly. A small ball of energy that was only the size of a peanut appeared in the center of the magic array and floated quietly. Seeing this, Sei Ito reached out his left index finger and touched the small ball of energy. Under his touch, the small ball of energy lit up slightly and then turned into a stream of energy that flowed through Sei Ito's fingertip and into his body. At the same time, a message automatically appeared in Sei Ito's mind. With a thought, Sei Ito finished reading the message in his mind and smiled. He turned his hand and put away the magic badge in his hand. He turned around and left the magic image stall and walked slowly toward a public facility that provided teleportation services. A few minutes later, Sei Ito walked to the public facility and first took out his Universal Bank card to pay the usage fee. Then, he stepped into the facility that temporarily removed the magic trap and activated the teleportation magic array with his mental strength. In an instant, Ito-sei's figure disappeared from the colorful teleportation array, and in the next moment, he appeared in another teleportation array in another street. This street was called Agrippa, named after the famous magician who laid the foundation of modern magic. Merlin Street was mainly used for commercial purposes. Apart from a few powerful people and a few ordinary people who had lived there for generations, almost no one else lived there. Agrippa was a street that was specially built for people to live in. Apart from a few essential shops, all the places here were residences for magicians of all social classes. After walking out of the teleportation magic array, Sei Ito walked straight to the middle of Agrippa Street where a very European-style duplex building was located. After a while, Ito-sei, who was outside the building, reached out his hand and pressed the magic array on the door frame. Creak! 20 seconds later, with a soft sound, the door in front of Sei Ito was opened. Then, a seductive and mature woman of about 30 years old appeared in front of Sei Ito. She was wearing a pair of light blue skin-tight hot pants that outlined the curves of her buttocks and a white camisole with 2 protrusions and shadows faintly visible. Her 2 fair long legs, flat stomach, and smooth arms and shoulders were exposed to the air. Her long black hair was tied into a simple circle behind her head. She looked very Asian, and she was about 30 years old and attractive. Ingrid, are you trying to tempt me into committing a crime? Sei Ito's eyes were full of admiration as he looked at the 2-star magician in front of him. His tone was exaggerated as he praised her. If it's you, Chun, maybe I won't resist. Ingrid didn't know Sei Ito's true strength and only thought that he was an apprentice magician. She deliberately winked at Sei Ito and moved aside to let Sei Ito in. Just maybe? But it's you, Ingrid. This little bit of danger is worth the risk, Sei Ito joked as he walked into the room. Chapter 898. What do you want to drink? Tea or coffee? Ingrid closed the door and walked towards the kitchen as she asked Sei Ito, who was walking towards the sofa. Tea, the kind without milk. Ito Mori turned to look at Ingrid and said, but then he immediately remembered that the tea drunk in Europe was never pure tea, and there were always some inexplicable things added to it. So he quickly said, that's right. Okay, have a seat first, Ingrid said as she walked into the kitchen. Sei Ito didn't refuse as he sat on the sofa, made of unknown leather. Try it. How does it taste? After a short while, Ingrid walked back into the living room with a small plate in each of her hands. She handed one of the cups to Ito-sei and said with a smile, thank you, Mr. Ito-sei, Mr. Ito-sei. Uh-huh. It tastes pretty good, Sei Ito nodded as he took a sip of the black tea. In European countries, under the premise that there were no other inexplicable things, the taste of tea was in line with the authentic taste of tea. Therefore, Ito-sei's evaluation was not against his will. Really? This is the first time I've prepared such pure tea for a guest. It looks pretty good. Ingrid smiled as she sat on the sofa. The amount of tea leaves is just right, and the temperature of the water isn't bad. It doesn't make the tea too dry, but it also doesn't make the tea too hot to drink. Good sense, Sei Ito said as he placed the teacup on the black glass tea table in front of him. Seeing Sei Ito's reaction, Ingrid knew they were going to talk about something serious. She put down the milk tea in her hand and calmed down her expression. She looked at Sei Ito and waited for his explanation. Ingrid, how much do you know about Aleister Crowley? Sei Ito looked at Ingrid with a serious expression. You mean King of the Beast? Ingrid frowned and asked back. After Sei Ito nodded in confirmation, she continued to ask, why are you asking about him? I suddenly saw this name in a novel, and then I used the foreign internet to search for him. I suddenly have a strong interest in him. so I want to know more about him. Say Ito obviously couldn't tell Ingrid the truth, so he explained with a reason that was almost 90% true. If you're just interested, I suggest you give up on pursuing him, Ingrid said with a serious expression after hearing Sei Ito's explanation. Why? Sei Ito asked in confusion. I don't know how much information about him there is on the foreign internet, but I'm sure you know the title, The World's Evilest Man? Ingrid didn't immediately answer Sei Ito's question. Yes, Sei Ito nodded in confirmation. He created sex magic that is different from other magic systems. He encouraged drug use, drinking, and promiscuity. A lot of his ideas are not compatible with the world. I don't want to see a talented person like you being influenced by his theories in the process of pursuing him and then become the next devil. Ingrid stared at Sei Ito's eyes with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "But the book said that his theories created the modern magic system. It also allowed more ordinary people to come in contact with magic and use magic." Sei Ito frowned and asked with a puzzled expression. That's right. Ingrid nodded with a frown. Indeed, with his theories as the foundation, modern magic is no longer the need to set up complicated rituals. It made the magic usage simpler and faster. It also made it easier for people outside of the association to learn and master magic. But his ideas are too different. As your magic consultant, I still insist on my opinion. I don't recommend you continue to pursue information about him. Ingrid changed the topic and said again with a serious expression, "Since that's your suggestion, then okay." Sei Ito shrugged. Then the atmosphere returned to a relaxed state. The two put aside the topic of Alesta Crowley and began to chat casually. Most of the topics still revolved around magic knowledge. Only a small amount of content was the two flirting and joking. In this relaxed and joyful atmosphere, the two unknowingly chatted for a few hours. At this moment, with a series of dang, 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 dang sounds, Sei Ito and Ingrid's attention turned to the old-fashioned clock hanging on the wall of the room. Time flies, it's already midnight. Sei Ito looked at Ingrid and smiled. Are you ready to take action? Ingrid leaned her back against the back of the sofa and crossed her arms under her chest to make her breasts look even more majestic. She looked at Sei Ito with a faint smile and said in a seductive voice, "It's already so late. Do you have the heart to kick me out?" Roland moved his body to the edge of the sofa. His right arm was half bent on the armrest, and his left hand was stretched forward to cover Ingrid's smooth thigh. He gently stroked her thigh with a smile on his face. The guest room in my house is also very comfortable. Ingrid glanced at the hand that was rubbing her thigh. She didn't move her leg away from the hand as she smiled and said in a coquettish voice, "Do you think I can sleep well with a beauty like you in the same room?" Sei Ito looked at Ingrid with a pitiful expression. "It's okay. I can help you cast a powerful sleeping spell. I guarantee that you will sleep like a dead pig. Even if someone blasts you with a fireball, you won't wake up," Ingrid said without turning her head as she got up from the sofa and walked toward the bedroom on the second floor with swaying hips. Sleeping in the same room, but in different beds, is not my style. Sei Ito supported himself with one hand, jumped behind the sofa, and quickly caught up with Ingrid. "That's your business, not mine." Ingrid turned her head slightly and smiled seductively out of the corner of her eyes. "It's okay. You'll get used to it." Sei Ito smiled and said, "It's only February and the weather is very cold. I can be the heater and provide you with warmth so that you can safely spend the cold night." Ingrid rolled her eyes at Sei Ito and stopped teasing him. She was wearing skimpy clothes and treated it as if it was the middle of summer. She slowly walked to her bedroom. "Okay, thank you for escorting me. I'm going to rest now. You should go rest too." Ingrid opened the door to her bedroom, then turned around and stood in the middle of the doorframe. She gently stroked Sei Ito's chest with her other hand and said to him in a sweet voice, "The guest room is on the first floor. Remember to be good." Then, Ingrid put her palms together and gently drew circles on Sei Ito's chest with her index finger. Then, Ingrid forcefully pushed Sei Ito away from her and stepped back into the bedroom. A faint transparent barrier appeared in front of the doorframe and disappeared in the next second. "Oh, It's a magic barrier. Damn it, Say Ito complained loudly, pretending to be annoyed. So, Chun, if you want to sleep with me, you have to quickly improve your strength. You're only an apprentice, so you can't do it. Ingrid slowly closed the door and looked at Ito say through the door that was getting smaller and smaller as she winked at him. Okay, I'll go to the Magicians Association tomorrow to be officially certified as a sorcerer. Say Ito said loudly, as if he was ready to sacrifice himself. Bang! Ingrid thought that Sei Ito was joking and didn't take it seriously. She smiled and completely closed the door. Sei Ito stopped joking and returned to the first floor. He entered the guest room with the bathroom to wash up and rest. I'll go to the Magicians Association in the morning and get my certification as a sorcerer. Then, I'll find other ways to find information about Alex Crowley and his works, Sei Ito thought to himself as he washed up. The next morning, Sei Ito ate a Western-style breakfast prepared by Ingrid and prepared to leave for the Magicians Association to get his certification. Are you serious? Ingrid looked at Sei Ito in surprise. Of course, Sei Ito replied confidently. Then he changed the topic and looked at Ingrid with a smile. Ingrid, don't forget what you said to me before. Ingrid was surprised at first, but then she remembered that she had joked with Sei Ito before. If you get your certification as a sorcerer, I'll reward you with a real kiss. She smiled gently. Sure, as long as you get your certification as a sorcerer, I'll fulfill that promise. Hee, just you wait. Sei Ito smiled proudly. Then, he turned to the door and said goodbye to Ingrid like a master. I'm leaving. I'll go to Merlin's great library to look for information. I'll be back in the evening. After saying that, he pushed open the door and walked out of Ingrid's room. Then, he walked along the same path he took last night to the public teleportation circle. He paid the fee to activate the circle and appeared in Merlin Street. With a clear goal in mind, Sei Ito stepped out of the teleportation circle and walked straight to the Magicians Association in the center of Merlin Street. For Ito Sei, whose true strength was far beyond the A+ level and was about to step into the S level, the assessment that was only equivalent to the C level was really a simple matter. Therefore, after casting 2 level 1 spells, Fireball and Windblade, as well as 5 level 0 cantrips such as Magic Trick, Magician's Hand, Transcription, Illumination, and Switch, Ito Sei successfully qualified as an official magician. He then changed his badge into a silver one with a magic wand and a light elemental strip engraved on it. Chapter 899. Sei Ito didn't stay in the Magic Association for long after he became an official magus. He went to the Great Merlin Library, which wasn't far from the Magic Association, and began to secretly copy some of the apprentice-level, official, and 1-star magic books. Sei Ito spent an entire day in the library under the watchful gazes of the staff and the magi who often visited the library, as well as those who saw Sei Ito's behavior for the first time, as if they were looking at a madman. Unbeknownst to everyone, he finished copying more than 200 magic books of various types, filling up the library in the Rubik's Cube world. Ito Sei put the magic book in his hand back to its original position. He pinched the bridge of his nose to relieve some of the dryness in his eyes. He frowned slightly as he sorted out the contents of the 200 magic books that he had recently recorded in his mind. He then slowly walked out of the library. A few minutes later, Sei Ito, who was once again exposed to the outside air, felt his mind clear. He strolled around Merlin Street with a smile on his face. After he bought 2 bottles of red wine and some expensive food, he stepped into the teleportation array and went back to Agrippa Street. He then returned to Ingrid's residence. Looking at you, you passed the test. She was wearing a pair of gray home sweatpants and a light yellow short-sleeved t-shirt that showed her breasts because she didn't wear any underwear. She said with a charming smile while looking at Ito Sei, who was carrying a lot of bags in his hands. Sei Ito walked into the house and put the bags on the table one by one. He then turned to Ingrid and said with a smile, "Yes, so don't go back on your word later. Don't think that you can fool me by acting like you passed the test and came back to celebrate with me." If you want me to fulfill my promise, then take out the badge. Ingrid's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and she said half-jokingly. Although she knew that Sei Ito had a strong learning ability and high talent, Ingrid still didn't think that Sei Ito would reach the standard of an official magus in less than half a year after becoming an apprentice. Ingrid couldn't help but reevaluate Sei Ito's talent in her heart. Here, take it. Let's see how you're going to argue this time. Sei Ito stopped what he was doing and took out his badge and threw it to Ingrid. Ingrid used Mage Hand to catch the badge and casually looked down at it. She then used Mage Hand to send it back to Sei Ito's side and exclaimed, "Oh, I didn't think that you really passed the test. You're serious now. When do you want me to fulfill my promise? Is it now, or do you want to wait for a while?" Then Ingrid approached Ito's Sei and said in a soft voice, Ingrid's is tilted, hers is tilted, hers is, and Ito's SSS. At this time, Sei Ito finally finished putting the things he bought on the table. He then picked up a bottle of red wine and opened it with a level 0 spell while asking Ingrid, the owner of the house, to find 2 wine glasses to celebrate my becoming an official sorcerer. Cheers, Sei Ito said while holding a glass of red wine with Ingrid. Cheers, Ingrid replied with a smile. Ding! A light sound rang out as the 2 wine cups collided. Sei Ito and Ingrid took a sip of the red wine and put their glasses back on the table. They then picked up their cutlery and began to enjoy the expensive food Sei Ito bought. 40 minutes later, the 2 of them ended the relaxing dinner. Do you want me to fulfill my promise? Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and a layer of mist appeared in her eyes. Her red lips slightly parted as she said seductively, If you don't mind, Sei Ito said with a smile as he looked at Ingrid. It's you who can't wait anymore. Ingrid leaned back on the chair and sneered. It was just a combination of the mature and languid look she exuded. It made her look even more alluring than before. Ito Mori smiled and didn't refute. He stood up from a chair and walked towards Ingrid along the edge of the table while sliding his right palm on the table. Ingrid's eyes were blurry as she looked at Sei Ito. The smile on her face became even bigger, and her red lips slightly opened as she tried to seduce Sei Ito. Although Ingrid lived in the ancient style of demonic realm, the dining table at her house wasn't the long table used by the nobles in the Middle Ages. Instead, it was a square table used by the ordinary people. The longest edge of the table was only 5 meters long. With Sei Ito's speed, it was only 2 steps away. So after 3 to 4 seconds, Sei Ito was already standing in front of Ingrid. Remember, only a kiss, Ingrid reminded with a smile as she looked up at Sei Ito. Ito-sei didn't pay attention to Ingrid's reminder. He just smiled and reached out his hands to hold Ingrid's face, which was very much in line with the Oriental aesthetic. He lowered his head and slowly kissed her. Since it was a kiss, it naturally wouldn't end with just the touch of their lips. So, Ito-sei stuck out his tongue and explored Ingrid's lips, which were exuding the fragrance of wine. He started to entangle with Ingrid. Ingrid didn't resist. Instead, she took the initiative to entangle with Sei Ito. As her emotions gradually deepened, she opened her arms and hugged Sei Ito's neck. Seeing Ingrid's reaction, Sei Ito didn't stay in a daze. One of his hands slid down Ingrid's face, past her beautiful neck, around the mountain, and across the flat plain. Then, he reached his hand into the light yellow short-sleeved t-shirt and crossed the plain again. He stopped at the mountain owned by Ingrid and started to explore. Oh, this is an item other than the reward. Ingrid pressed down Sei Ito's hand that was constantly rubbing her chest and looked at Sei Ito with a faint smile. The kiss is the promise you made to me before. This is the official reward for passing this test. Sei Ito didn't stop his hand, even though it was pressed down. Then, without waiting for Ingrid to retort, he lowered his head and kissed her lips again, shattering all her words of rebuttal. Okay, let's stop here. The rest is the reward for passing the 1-star sorcerer certification. I can't give it to you now. Just as Sei Ito was about to take the opportunity to take another step, Ingrid immediately stopped Sei Ito and looked at him with a serious expression. You're acting like you're coaxing a child. Seito pulled his hand out of Ingrid's clothes and straightened his body. If it wasn't for my encouragement, would you be able to achieve what you have now? Ingrid rolled her eyes at Seito as she tidied up her messy clothes. Seito pursed his lips and snorted in disdain at Ingrid's shamelessness. After tidying up her clothes, Ingrid stood up with a smile and cleaned up the leftovers on the table. After cleaning up, she continued to chat with Seito. However, most of the content was about things to take note of when consolidating one's foundation, how to master level 1 spells better after becoming an official sorcerer, and how to increase one's strength. Thank you. Ito-sei, who had recorded all of Ingrid's words, expressed his gratitude. After all, Ingrid was only a sorcerer who had signed a contract as a consultant. Unless, say, Ito took the initiative to ask, she didn't have to take the initiative to talk about all the important points, secrets, and things to take note of like a dedicated archmage. Therefore, Seito was sincerely grateful to Ingrid for her dedication. There's no need to be so polite. After all, I'm a consultant who signed a contract with you, right? Ingrid winked at Seito playfully and smiled. Then, she put on a greedy expression and continued. Also, your talent is so good. I believe it won't take long for you to reach my current level, or even surpass me, and become a famous great sorcerer. When that time comes, I might even need you to teach me. Rather than trying to rope you in at that time, it's better to give you some benefits now so that you won't forget me. All right, your method is very effective. At the very least, you already have a place in my heart. Seito spread his hands and looked at Ingrid's chest lecherously. If you want me, then hurry up and work hard. Once you reach the level of a 2-star sorcerer, I'll be yours. Ingrid purposely straightened her body and showed off her chest to Seito as she spoke. I know. Just you wait. I'll get the 2-star sorcerer certification soon, and then I'll push you into my body. Seito fiercely stared at Ingrid's mature face and said, I'm looking forward to it, Ingrid said with a seductive smile. Then, the two chatted for a while and went back to their respective bedrooms and guest rooms to take a bath and rest. The next day, Seito still had breakfast prepared by Ingrid and said goodbye to her. Then he directly left the magic path and returned to the outside world. He activated the Flying Thunder God spell and appeared in Germany. He easily found the Alchemy Union branch in the city and bought a set of energy disturbance items from the underground exchange. After that, Seito browsed around the exchange for a while and bought a bunch of alchemy materials. Then, he activated the Flying Thunder God spell and returned to the capital to see his cousin, Shichen. Brother, you're back. Seeing Seito appear, Shichen stood up and greeted him while giving Seito a look. Chapter 900. P.S. Thank you to 5200, Bloodthirsty Black Feather, and Crimson Moon Lily for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instant Potato and Nickfany for their tips. What's wrong? Ito-sei, who didn't know what was going on, used telepathy to send his doubts to his cousin Shichen. Shichen's eyes widened in surprise when she heard the voice in her heart. You don't have to speak, just say it in your heart. I can hear it. Where have you been for the past 2 days? Shichen asked, knowing that it was not the time to be surprised. Before Seito could answer, she continued, Grandpa was very angry with you for leaving without saying goodbye. Luckily, I thought you had something urgent to do and asked me to pass on your message. Don't let the cat out of the bag when you speak later. Got it, Seito replied in his heart. Telepathy was extremely fast. Only 3 to 4 seconds had passed in the outside world before the two of them finished their conversation. Shichen, you're back. Lu Xiaohua greeted him with a smile. How is it? Are you done with your business? Do you need any help from your uncle? It's just a small problem. I just need to explain it clearly. There's no need to go through so much trouble, Seito answered with a smile as he walked into the house. I see, Lu Xiaohua said with a look of realization. She then asked, You won't be leaving for the next 2 days, right? Yes, if there's nothing else. I probably won't be leaving until the 5th day of Chinese New Year, Seito replied. That's good. That's good, Lu Xiaohua said with a smile. Seito left the United Kingdom at around 10 in the morning. According to the time difference, it was around 17 in the afternoon in Beijing, which was the time when most people would have dinner. However, the Chen family had a deputy director who was not very powerful. Although he did not have much power, he had been busy for the past few days before and after the Chinese New Year. Therefore, dinner time was naturally delayed, and they only started preparing now. After chatting with Seito for a while, Lu Xiaohua turned around and went into the kitchen to prepare dinner for the family. Brother, what have you been doing these past 2 days? After Lu Xiaohua left, Chen Shichen quickly sat beside Seito and asked curiously in a low voice. Then, without waiting for Seito to answer, she continued to guess. Is it like what is described in TV dramas and novels? Did you go out to help people subdue demons? What nonsense are you thinking about in that little head of yours? Seito raised his hand and patted Chen Shichen's forehead. Besides, even if I want to subdue demons and devils, I need demons and devils to subdue me first. Are those all fake? Chen Shichen asked in disbelief. It's true that it's fake, but times have changed. Demons and ghosts keep pace with the times and don't talk about strategy at all. Those that come out to do evil are all cannon fodder that will be destroyed in a few days. They won't be able to do much. Since Chen Shichen asked, Seito explained simply to let her understand, so that she wouldn't be in danger because of her curiosity. That's why the demons that are still alive are all smart demons. They're not people that can be easily attacked. Is that so? Chen Shichen nodded thoughtfully. Brother, can you bring me to see a real demon? After 4 to 5 seconds of silence, Chen Shichen looked expectantly at Seito and asked. Seito frowned. He didn't want Chen Shichen to come into contact with these things, but since Chen Shichen had asked, it wouldn't be good if he didn't bring her. She might be in danger because of her curiosity. Rather than that, it would be better to fulfill her wish and let Chen Shichen get rid of her curiosity. She could just continue being an ordinary girl. Okay, I hope you can handle it when the time comes. Seito glanced at Chen Shichen and said, Ha ha ha. Hearing Ito Mori's words, Chen Shichen couldn't help but recall the horror movies she had watched with her classmates and friends since she was young. Her face was slightly pale as she laughed dryly. At the same time, she regretted bringing up the idea of meeting the fiendish demon. However, because of her curiosity and competitiveness, she didn't say I'm not going out loud. But even so, Chen Shichen didn't have the mood to talk anymore. She absent-mindedly watched the program on the television. Seeing this, Seito smiled and took out the mission center that connected to the Bounty Union's website and logged in. He posted a request to buy the Book of Law, Equinox, and Magic Theory and Practice, 3 books written by Aleister Crowley. Among them, the Book of Law was known as the Book of Curses. Every time it was published, it would cause a worldwide war. Even the editor who wrote this book died of illness after the war. Equinox was a book that almost destroyed most of the secret societies. It completely revealed all kinds of secret magic rituals and specific methods of operation. It must be known that the magic societies relied on these secrets to survive for so long. Perhaps it was due to pressure from the higher-ups of the magic society. At that time, many well-known people joined secret societies. For other reasons, the book was only published in 10 volumes in the 5 years from 1909 to 1913. After that, it was completely discontinued, and it had not been republished to this day. The last book, Magic Theory and Practice, was Aleister Crowley's most basic and normal book. It explained in detail what magic was, how to learn magic, and how to use magic, especially the description of some content. It even used scientific theories that were just emerging at that time to explain. It was because of this book that modern magic began to gradually break away from the shackles of rituals. It made the passing of magic simpler and faster. It also prompted the mages to think about magic, which led to the development of modern magic and the formation of today's magic system. However, although this book was normal, perhaps because it was related to Aleister Crowley, or because the storm of ideas it caused was too strong, Seito couldn't find this book in the apprentice level official, and one-star mage sections of the Great Merlin Library. Perhaps he needed a higher mage certification to see this book. However, using less than half a year to break through the apprentice level and become an official mage was considered an outstanding talent. It didn't even wait. Directly breaking through 1-star, 2-star, and even approaching 3-star was too eye-catching. Ito didn't want to expose himself to the higher-ups of the demonic realm, who were guarded by legendary mages, so he could only use the Bounty Union's website to ask for the book's true appearance. After posting the mission, Ito browsed through the missions available to him at his current level. He also checked if there were any missions related to exorcism and exorcism. Then he closed the mission terminal in his hand and put it away. "What were you doing just now?" Ito put away the mission terminal. Shichin couldn't help but ask. "Looking for some information," Ito explained with a smile. "Oh." Shichin, who didn't believe his explanation, pursed her lips and responded casually. "Dad, dinner's ready. Come out and eat." Half an hour later, Annie Lu Xiaohua walked to Elder Chen's room and greeted him. Then, she turned to Ito and Shichin and said, Shichin, it's time to eat. Where's my dad?" Shichin stood up from the sofa and asked. "Your dad just called. He said he had to go down to the station to check on the employees. He won't be back for dinner," Lu Xiaohua explained to Shichin as she walked to the table. "You're back." Elder Chun, who walked out of the room, looked at Ito and said lightly, "MHM." Ito responded politely. Elder Chun didn't say anything and walked to the main seat at the table. He sat down with Ito, Shichin, and Lu Xiaohua, who sat down after him, and began to enjoy dinner together. The atmosphere during the meal was rather dull. Although Auntie Lu Xiaohua tried to make conversation to ease the atmosphere, under the influence of the silent Elder Chun, it was to no avail. She could only awkwardly finish her dinner. After dinner, Ito suddenly gave Shichin a look and walked to the door. "Mom, I'm going out with brother for a bit." Shichin paused for a moment, then immediately understood. She quickly walked to the door. She shouted at Lu Xiaohua, who was washing the dishes in the kitchen. "Got it. Remember to come back early." Lu Xiaohua's voice came from the kitchen. "Got it," Shichin replied as she put on her white fur collar-down jacket. Clack bang. Accompanied by two sounds, Ito and Shichin, who was wearing black pants, a white fur collar-down jacket, and white thermal boots, left the house together. Her long black hair was casually tied into a ponytail. "Don't we need to prepare anything?" Shichin asked nervously as she looked at Ito in front of her. "No need. I'm just bringing you to see what a magical beast look like, not to fight," Ito replied without turning his head. "Oh." Shichin felt relieved when she heard that they were not going to fight. Then he silently followed behind Ito and walked out of the door of his house with him. They walked towards the corner of the neighborhood. "Where are we going?" Shichin, who had no idea what they were going to do, asked once again. "Okay, here it is," Ito said as he stopped at a dark corner of the neighborhood and looked around. He then called out to Shichin, who looked nervous and scared. "Come here, grab my arm." "Oh." Shichin obeyed and walked to Ito's side as she grabbed onto Ito's arm tightly. Seeing Shichin grab onto Ito's arm, Ito looked around again. After confirming that there were no National Security Agency personnel around, Ito made a hand seal under Shichin's gaze and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. He and Shichin disappeared from the corner of the neighborhood and appeared at the outskirts of Kyoto, Japan, which had turned into a magical beast kingdom. Blurred. As soon as they appeared, Shichin, who couldn't stand the spatial shift, retched with a pale face. "Where's this?" Ito's palm, that was placed on her back, was comforting her with energy. Shichin, whose face had regained some color, looked around curiously and asked. "Kyoto, Japan," Ito said calmly. "Japan? You're saying that I'm in Japan right now?" Shichin turned her head to look at Ito and asked in shock. "Yes," Ito confirmed. Then, without waiting for Shichin to ask any more questions, he said, "Follow me. I'll take you to see a real magical beast." After saying that, he strode forward. Chun Shichin's heart tightened when she heard that. She couldn't care less about why she suddenly came to Japan. She quickly caught up with Sei Ito and followed him step by step into the distance. The two of them were now in the suburbs of Kyoto, surrounded by a well-protected forest. In the country of magical beasts, there were no modern products or lights. There were only a few flames in Kyoto, making it seem eerily quiet. Other than the special item that Sei Ito left in her body, Chun Shichin, who was just a normal person, was extremely nervous and scared. She subconsciously reached out to grab Sei Ito's arm and leaned her body towards him. Just like that, under Sei Ito's lead, the two of them walked towards the source of the flames. Ah-ha-ha! Just as the two of them were about to reach the source of the flames, a strange, owl-like laughter suddenly came. Chun Shichin was so scared that she quickly curled up in Sei Ito's arms and closed her eyes, not daring to look at anything. That's great. That's great. I didn't think that after so long, I would be able to eat human liver again. The voice said loudly again. Ah! As soon as the voice finished speaking, a piercing scream echoed in the night sky. Chun Shichin was so scared that her body trembled again. She hugged Sei Ito's body tightly and said in a trembling voice, "Brother, let's go back. I don't want to see anymore." "Are you sure?" Sei Ito, who was holding Chun Shichin's waist with one hand, asked softly. "Yes, let's go." Chun Shichin's head moved up and down on Sei Ito's chest as she said, "Okay, but you have to promise me that you won't come into contact with things like magical beasts in the future, okay?" Sei Ito's voice was filled with determination. Who the hell would want to come into contact with things like that? Chun Shichin said urgently with a pale face. "Okay, let's go home." Sei Ito nodded and turned his head to look at the source of the chewing sounds and screams. He activated the Flying Thunder God and returned to the corner of the district with Chun Shichin. Chapter 901. P.S. Thanks to NXCX for the tip. That night, the frightened Chun Shichin couldn't sleep well. Her mind kept replaying that savage and terrifying laughter, as well as that blood-curdling scream that gave her goosebumps. It made her unable to sleep peacefully, or she would be woken up by nightmares in her half-asleep state. That was why Chun Shichin didn't have any energy the next day. She curled up in bed like she was sick. In fact, Sei Ito only needed to use a soothing talisman to solve this problem. However, in order to deepen Chun Shichin's memory so that she wouldn't forget the pain after the scar healed, Ito-sei didn't give her a talisman to protect her spirit. Instead, he let her experience the fear directly. Although he didn't know what the final result would be, he believed that Chun Shichin wouldn't want to come into contact with anything abnormal for a long time. In the next 2 days, Sei Ito went to the Great Merlin Library in the Magic Realm in the UK to secretly copy books and study with Ingrid, Betty, and Bella, the 3 mages that he hired. At night, he returned to the old Chun family in the stable to rest. In the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve. Since Chin Yongli was only a deputy director without much power, he accompanied the director and other officials to complete the routine New Year's visit. After that, he returned home to celebrate New Year's with his family and Sei Ito. However, since Old Man Chin didn't do anything, Chin Yongli didn't want to do anything, and Sei Ito didn't let him do anything, and Chun Shichin didn't have the energy to do anything. Therefore, Lu Xiaohua was the only one in charge of the New Year's Eve meal. Fortunately, since Chun Yongli became the deputy director, she was used to it. Besides, this time, there was only one more person, Ito-sei. So, she was able to fool them and didn't seem to be too busy. During this time, Wang Shui and Lu Sisi, who were Chun Shichin's best friends, called her to go out and have fun. However, they were all rejected by Chun Shichin, who still hadn't fully recovered. She wanted to stay at home and celebrate the new year peacefully. 9876 321. Bang, 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 crackle, crackle. Accompanied by the countdown of the host of the Spring Festival Gala on TV, the sky outside the window suddenly flashed with colorful fireworks. At the same time, a chaotic explosion came from outside the window. "Happy New Year," Sei Ito said to Grandpa Chun Chun Yongli, Lu Xiaohua, and Chen Shichen. Here, your red packet. Elder Chun took out 2 red packets that he had prepared beforehand and gave them to Sei Ito and Chun Shichen, who had come to wish him a happy new year. Thank you, Grandpa, Sei Ito and Chun Shichen said in unison. The old man's eyes darkened when he still couldn't hear Sei Ito call him Grandpa. He picked up the wine cup on the table and took a sip. This is for you from your uncle and me, he continued. Lu Xiaohua also took out a red envelope from her pocket and handed it to Sei Ito. Thank you, Sei Ito said gratefully. This is for you. Remember to take good care of it. Then, Sei Ito pretended to take out a jade Buddha pendant with a thin red string from his pocket and handed it to Chun Shichen, who had said Happy New Year to him. Thank you, brother. Chun Shichen knew that Ito Mori's gift would not be simple, so she quickly thanked him. She then lowered her head and wore the jade Buddha pendant around her neck. She then stuffed the jade statue into her clothes. In an instant, a cool aura suddenly came from the jade pendant around her neck and spread throughout Chen Shichen's body. She was still a little dispirited, but she quickly regained her energy. This jade Buddha pendant was an ordinary jade pendant that Sei Ito had bought at Wang Fujing for 800 yuan. Naturally, it did not have the ability to lift one's energy. However, after Sei Ito bought it and engraved it with the Taoist heart-cleansing talisman and exorcism talisman on it, that was why it was given such an ability. In other words, after Sei Ito's modification, the jade Buddha pendant became a Taoist consecration talisman of the lowest grade. Of course, Sei Ito could not modify the jade Buddha pendant to a higher grade, but it was not suitable for Chen Shichen, who already had the life-saving talisman in her body. Moreover, to let a normal girl carry such a high-grade talisman, it would be extremely dangerous. Instead, this type of consecration talisman that only had the ability to cleanse the heart and exorcise evil was more suitable for families with connections like Baiyun Temple. After finishing the New Year greetings, Sei Ito and the Chun family picked up their chopsticks again. They began to enjoy the celery pork dumplings in front of them. The familiar taste immediately conquered Sei Ito's taste buds. He could not help but move his hands, and it did not take long for him to clean up the plate of dumplings in front of him. Seeing Sei Ito's table manners, Lu Xiaohua felt that her cooking skills were recognized, and her smile became even wider. She quickly placed another plate of dumplings on top of the already empty plate, and added more for Sei Ito. They ate the familiar celery pork dumplings just like that. Watching the New Year's gala on TV that was not very attractive anymore, Sei Ito spent his first China New Year since he was reborn in this world. Shichen, take your brother to the temple fair later. The next day, which was the first day of the first lunar month, Lu Xiaohua walked out of her room. Lu Xiaohua said to Chun Shichen, who was walking out of the bedroom. Then, without waiting for Chun Shichen to speak, she turned to Ito Sei and said with a smile, Shichen, go to the temple fair to offer incense and pray for blessings. I believe you will have good luck for a year. Okay, Sei Ito readily agreed. Other than the most basic activities, the Baiyun Temple Fair also had all kinds of old Beijing snacks. Therefore, after Chen Shichen and Sei Ito ate a few dumplings to fill their stomachs, they walked out of the house on an empty stomach. They stopped a taxi at the entrance of a neighborhood and headed to Baiyun Temple Street 9, which was near the Public Security University of Public Security. The Baiyun Temple Fair was indeed one of the largest temple fairs in Beijing. Before the car arrived, the surrounding traffic had already become congested, and the crowd was like a tide. Seeing this, Sei Ito took the initiative to pay the fare and got out of the taxi with Chen Shichen. They walked into the temple together with the crowd. Along the way, if the two saw any special snacks that they wanted to eat, they would stop by the stalls and spend money to buy mutton skewers, soy milk, pancakes, fried lamb, Zilong Bayo, and other food to fill their empty stomachs. However, there were too many snacks along the way. Halfway through, their stomachs were almost full. They could only hold a stick of bright, red, sugar-coated haws in each hand and nibble on them as they walked towards the temple. He didn't know if it was because he and Shinshichen didn't dress like rich people, or if the thieves on the first day of the new year were more tactful, or didn't look like filial children. But in such a crowded crowd, they didn't encounter any of the thieves on the streets and successfully entered Bai Yuntao's temple. Since they had entered the temple, even if Sei Ito was a special person who evolved like a deity, they did not mind going in to pay their respects. They treated it as paying their respects to a senior on the path of cultivation. Therefore, Sei Ito and Shinshichen followed the crowd to a stall that sold large incense rolls. They took out 100 yuan and bought a large handful of incense. They each held a few incense sticks and walked into the temple. When they passed by the 8-dragon incense burner, they lit the incense sticks in their hands and inserted them into the burner. Although there were many people, the place was still orderly. After waiting for a while, Sei Ito and Shinshichen entered the temple and paid their respects to the mysterious god in the temple. However, after paying their respects to the god, Sei Ito did not leave immediately. Instead, he held Shunshichen's hand and walked toward the Taoist priest on duty. Taoist priest. Sei Ito greeted the Taoist priest. Good faith. The Taoist priest returned the greeting. Taoist priest. May I ask if you can meet the temple master? Sei Ito asked. I'm sorry, good faith. The temple master has been invited by someone and is not in the temple. Please forgive him. The Taoist priest replied. I see. Sei Ito frowned and nodded. Then he asked again, if I want to read the Orthodox Taoist canon in your temple, who do I need to ask for permission? The so-called Orthodox Taoist canon did not represent the Orthodox Taoist canon. It was the Taoist canon that was cultivated during the Ming Dynasty. Including the Wanli continuation of the Taoist canon, there were a total of 5,485 volumes of Taoist canon in the entire Baiyun Temple. If you want to read the Taoist canon, good faith, you can come to my temple to attend the Taoist canon auction from the 1st to the 7th day of the 6th lunar month. The Taoist priest bowed and replied, Can I do it now? Sei Ito frowned and asked, If you want to read the Taoist canon, you need to get permission from the pavilion master or have a reading permit issued by the Taoist Association. The Taoist priest replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Then forget it. Sei Ito shook his head. Then he walked away from the Taoist priest with Chun Shichen and walked out of Baiyun Temple. Since it was so troublesome to even ask for the Taoist canon, there was no way he could enter the ancestral hall to peek at the Taoist canon and In Fu Sutra inscribed on the walls. Thus, Sei Ito decisively gave up on his plan and continued to walk around the temple fair with Shinshichen. As for the 5,485 volumes of the Orthodox Taoist canon and the Wanli continuation of the Taoist canon, he could just go through the normal channels and read them in the National Library's Ancient Book Hall. However, there would be a lot of complicated procedures and it might not even be approved. After walking around the crowded temple fair for a few more hours, Sei Ito finally left Baiyun Temple Street with a satisfied Shinshichen. They took a taxi back to the neighborhood where old Chin's family lived. However, the moment he and Shinshichen stepped out of the taxi, Sei Ito's phone suddenly rang from his pocket. You going first. Sei Ito frowned when he took out his phone and saw that there was no caller ID. He pressed the answer button and put the phone aside as he spoke to Chun Shichen beside him. Chapter 902. Hello, Sei Ito said as he watched Chun Shichen leave. I'm Yang Wei from the Special Task Force. Yang Wei, who had met Chun Shichen a few times before, replied, Captain Yang? What's the matter? Sei Ito was stunned at first, then frowned and asked in a deep voice. Recently, our Special Task Force has been receiving a lot of requests to enter the country to arrest criminals, and these requests are all from the Vatican. Yang Wei said in a serious tone, although we rejected them with the reason that China is currently celebrating a festival, and to ensure that there are no unnecessary and widespread effects. This kind of thing can't last long. Moreover, the Vatican has also sent a group of 20 people to enter our country in the name of religious exchange through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I believe I don't need to tell you the real purpose of this. I understand. After tomorrow, I will leave China, Sei Ito said with a gloomy face. I understand. We will do our best to help you with the aftermath. Yang Wei let out a sigh of relief and promised in a relaxed tone. With the power of the Special Task Force, Sei Ito believed that the group of Vatican personnel who entered China would not be able to find any information about him, so he did not say anything more and hung up the phone. It seems that I won't be able to see the Taoist scriptures. Sei Ito sighed softly, then recomposed himself and returned to Old Chen's house with a relaxed expression. He spent the first day of the new year peacefully there. The second day of a new year was the traditional day of the return of married women in China. Therefore, on this morning, Sei Ito's aunt, Chun Yongxia, her husband, Li Hongwan, and their love child, Li Weiqi, appeared at Old Chen's house. His uncle, Li Hongwan, was from the northeast, so he was different from his scholarly name. He was very tall, and his height was about 185 meters. His body was well built. He was wearing a light gray jacket, black trousers, and a square face. Perhaps due to his profession as a physics professor at university, his expression was kind with a hint of sternness. He was in his 40s, almost in his 50s, but his short hair was still black without any white. His cousin, Li Weiqi, might have been born in Beijing. He also grew up in Beijing, so he had the unique aura of a child who grew up in Beijing's alleys. He was about the same height as his father, about 185 meters. He was slightly skinny, wearing a set of black trousers, white shirt, and a sweater. He had a round face and fair skin. She was about 22 or 23 years old and had soft, short hair that was parted to the side. This is Yongda's son I told you about before. Chen introduced her husband and son to Sei Ito. She then introduced her husband and son to Sei Ito. This is your uncle's uncle, a professor. He's a professor at university. University. This is your cousin, Li Weiqi. He's a senior student. Happy New Year, Sei Ito greeted the two politely. Although Sei Ito greeted them politely, his attitude of not greeting them made Li Hongwan and Li Weiqi frown. They turned to look at Qin Yongxia. Sigh, Xiqing is like this. He hasn't greeted anyone since he entered this house. I guess he can only greet people in the future. Qin Yongxia didn't know if she was complaining or not, but she explained to her husband and son who was listening next to her. Come, this is a red packet for you. Qin Yongxia then took out a red packet from her pocket and handed it to Sei Ito. Thank you. Sei Ito thanked her as he reached out to take the red packet. At this time, Li Hongwan, who heard Qin Yongxia's explanation, didn't say anything else. After saying a few words to Sei Ito, he and his wife, Qin Yongxia, went to visit the old man, Qin Xingqing, to say some New Year greetings. From Japan, seeing Li Hongwan and Qin Yongxia leave, Li Weiqi looked up and down at Sei Ito with a strange expression and said frivolously, Yes. Sei Ito, whose age couldn't be calculated according to the norm, didn't care about Li Weiqi's slightly provocative words. He nodded and replied with a flat face. I heard that the women there are very open-minded, right? Li Weiqi showed an expression that all men understood ambiguously. That will depend on your ability. If you have enough ability, naturally, you will be open-minded. If you don't have enough ability, Sei Ito looked up and down at Li Weiqi and shook his head with a chuckle. TCH, I really don't like those ugly melons and jujubes in Japan. Li Weiqi's expression was full of disdain. Then Li Weiqi walked to the sofa and sat down. He reached out and took an apple from the fruit plate on the coffee table in front of him and put it into his mouth. While chewing the fruit in his mouth, he leaned back on the sofa and looked at Sei Ito, who had also just sat down, and said, What does your family do in Japan? Preside over the shrine. Sei Ito reached out and took an orange from the fruit plate and slowly opened it. Shrine? Are there any shamans? Li Weiqi's eyes lit up when he heard this and asked curiously. Yes. Sei Ito glanced at Li Weiqi and replied, There really is one. How is it? Is it beautiful? Li Weiqi lifted his butt and moved his body to Sei Ito's side and asked, Are you interested? Sei Ito looked at Li Weiqi with a smile that wasn't a smile. Of course. Li Weiqi raised his eyebrows and said, That shrine is my family's ancestral shrine, So the one who serves as the shrines, which is also a female member of my family. In other words, they're all your relatives. The oldest one is my mother, so you have to call her aunt. The second one is my eldest sister, so you have to call her cousin. And the youngest one, you have to call her cousin. Seito's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery as he explained softly. Li Weiqi's expression flashed with a hint of awkwardness when he heard this. He lifted his butt and moved back to his original position and started eating the apple there. Brother, just then, Chun Shichen walked out of the bedroom and into the living room and greeted Seito. Then she turned her head and looked at Li Weiqi, who was sitting on the side, and said, "You came here with Big Aunt?" "Yes." Li Weiqi nodded and replied. Then he continued with a slightly unhappy expression. "I say, Shichen, isn't the difference in treatment too obvious? Other than when you call me brother when we were young, it seems like you haven't called me brother since you started elementary school. You've always just called me Li Weiqi, Li Weiqi. Am I that disliked by you? Then why don't you think about who was the one who took me out to play when we were young, got into trouble, and left me alone and ran away first?" Chun Shichen, who was sitting beside Seito, rolled her eyes and said, "You expect me to call you brother when you're like this? Go and daydream. Isn't that because I wanted to go back and get help? Don't forget that I was the one who found you when you ran away." Li Weiqi, who was exposed in front of Seito, who was considered half an outsider, smiled awkwardly. "Then why don't you tell me how I got lost that time? I vaguely remember that it was someone who abandoned me to play games." Chun Shichen looked at Li Weiqi with disdain as she spoke. Forget it. Old grandma, please let me go. My mouth stinks. Just take what I said as a fart." Li Weiqi's expression became more and more awkward. He quickly raised his hands and begged as if he was surrendering. Although she didn't call him brother, Chun Shichen still respected Li Weiqi. Therefore, when she saw him begging, she snorted and let the matter go. With Chun Shichen around, Li Weiqi didn't dare to ask Seito about random things. He chatted casually with Chun Shichen and sat there silently, watching the special programs during the Chinese New Year on TV. A few hours later, the dinner prepared by Big Aunt Chen Yongxia and Big Aunt Lu Xiaohua was placed on the dining table. They invited Grandpa Chun, who was sitting at the side, Chun Yongli and Li Hongwen, who were chatting, and Seito, Chun Shichen, and Li Weiqi, who were staring blankly at the TV, to the dining table. It was a true reunion dinner. At the dining table, Chun Yongli and Li Hongwen accompanied Grandpa Chun to drink white wine. Chun Yongxia and Lu Xiaohua accompanied Chun Shichen to drink Coke. Li Weiqi went to Seito, who didn't drink anything, and forced him to drink beer. Under the persuasion of Lu Xiaohua, Chun Yongxia, Chun Yongli, Li Hongwen, and Grandpa Chun, Seito had no choice but to let go and drink beer with Li Weiqi. However, how could someone whose body had evolved to such a level be affected by alcohol? Therefore, after 5 bottles of beer, Li Weiqi's cheeks turned red and his eyes stared blankly as he entered a drunken state. Seeing this, Chun Yongxia, who was worried about her son, quickly stopped Li Weiqi from drinking. She told him to eat a few more mouthfuls to suppress the alcohol. However, because of Li Weiqi's nonsense, the atmosphere at the dining table was very lively. It wasn't as dull as before and during the Chinese New Year. It wasn't until an hour later that the family finally ended the dinner. Then, the adults and children gathered together to play poker and mahjong, enjoying the happy atmosphere of a family reunion. After another 2 to 3 hours, seeing that it was really late, everyone stopped what they were doing and went to the entrance to say goodbye to each other. Something happened in Japan, and I need to go back quickly. So, I'll be leaving early tomorrow morning. After a while, when only Grandpa Chun, Chun Yongli, Lu Xiaohua, Chun Shichen, and Seito were left in the room, Seito spoke to everyone. "Can't you let someone else handle it?" Lu Xiaohua quickly asked when she saw her husband and father-in-law frowning. "No, I have to go." Seito shook his head. "Forget it. Business is more important." "That's it." Grandpa Chin's tone was firm and firm. Then, he stood up from his seat with an unhappy expression and returned to his bedroom. Chapter 903. P.S. After searching for a long time, I couldn't find a particularly good translation of the full text of the Book of Law. I can only add some special passages to describe it. Thank you to Zhang Xiaozhong, Saint Rui Hui, and Old Ma Sky for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instant Potato and Nickfany for their tips. The next day, which was the morning of the third day of Chinese New Year, after having lunch with the old Chen family, he simply said goodbye to Old Man Shun, Chen Yongli, Lu Xiaohua, and Chen Shichen before leaving the old Chen family alone. Then, under the escort of Yang Wei, he took a plane back to Tokyo, Japan. He returned to his home at the shrine in Akarino, Tokyo. However, Sei Ito didn't stay at home for long. Instead, he used feng shui and the underground spirit wheat to set up 3 layers of protective enchantments around the mountain. After that, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to enter the United Kingdom. While he entered the Devil's Realm to continue to secretly copy books, he waited for the latest results from the Bounty Union. Fortunately, although the 3 books were difficult to find, there were all kinds of masters in the Bounty Union. Therefore, after waiting for more than 10 days, Sei Ito finally received the Book of Law and Magic, Theory and Practice, 2 books compiled by Aleister Crowley, for a price of $13 million. As for the other book, Equinox of Spring and Autumn, the person who submitted the mission said that it would take a while to obtain it. Sei Ito wasn't in a hurry, so after replying that he was willing to wait, he entered the Devil's Realm through the secret entrance. He used the money he earned from the bounty mission to read the 2 books that he already obtained. Out of curiosity, the first book Ito Sei read was the Book of Law that Aleister Crowley and his new wife, Rose, wrote according to the wisdom, guardian angel Edworth, who possessed his wife's body during their travels in Egypt. It was the Book of Law, also known as the Book of Curses. There wasn't much content in the Book of Law. When converted into Chinese characters, it was less than 200,000 characters. No matter how carefully Sei Ito read it word by word, it only took him 2 hours to finish it. What an unexpected and inexplicable thing. Egypt's sky, God Nut, his minister Iwo's, mortal body and soul, mysterious light, women, the sun, the moon, and so on. Just these alone created a new world. Isn't it a little far-fetched? Ito Sei gently closed the Book of Law with both hands. He thought to himself as he recalled the contents of the book he had just read. However, based on what I've read so far, I can understand why Aleister Crowley would abolish the magic ritual and create magic. After a while, Ito Sei let out a sigh and put the Book of Law aside. He muttered to himself. Then, he moved his hand slightly and picked up the book titled Magic, Theory and Practice. He lowered his head and carefully browsed through it. Magic, Theory and Practice mainly talked about what magic was, how to learn magic, and how to use magic. At the same time, there were some personal things that Aleister Crowley had put in the book, which were his personal thoughts and so on. In terms of word count, it was much more than the Book of Law. When converted into Chinese characters, it was at least 300,000 to 400,000 characters. It was very rich, but in terms of profoundness, it was completely inferior to the Book of Law, which was full of metaphors. After a few hours, Sei Ito finally finished browsing the Book of Magic, Theory and Practice, which contained some sexual magic theories. Seems like I thought of something interesting. Sei Ito gently closed the book with both hands, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Perhaps before I bring my family to the next new world, I can go to that world and stay there for a while. But before that, I should let Asola take a look at this 3-dimensional Book of Law. Maybe she can find something interesting. So thought Shiyen. Sei Ito immediately put away the Book of Law and Magic, Theory and Practice, then entered the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in Asola's room. But because Shiyen was too engrossed in reading, he didn't notice the time at all. The moment he appeared in Asola's room, he saw Asola, who had just taken off her clothes and was about to go to bed naked. Sei Ito looked at her with a stunned expression. Asola, who had one leg bent and both arms supporting her on the bed at the same time, leaned forward and exposed her private parts to Shiyen. It's Lord. Asola, who suddenly heard the sound, turned her head to the back with a puzzled expression. Then, she got up from the bed with a surprised expression. She stood naked on the ground and called out to Sei Ito. "You are really unexpectedly good at doing perverted things." Ito Sei shook his head slightly and sighed with a little speechlessness. "If Lord wants, I can do it any time." Asola didn't panic and stretched out one arm in front of her chest while the other hand covered the exposed part of her body. She looked at Sei Ito with a gentle expression and said softly, "Forget it. We can get to know each other better in the future." Sei Ito pondered for 2 to 3 seconds and shook his head. "Okay." Asola's cheeks blushed and her expression became even gentler as she replied softly. Then, she reached out and pulled the white bedsheet beside her to cover her body. She looked up at Sei Ito again. Although it was a cover, it was only the front of her body that was covered by the bedsheet. Her 2 sides and her entire back were still completely exposed to the air. Her half-covered face made Asola even more alluring than before. "Come and help me take a look at this book." Sei Ito walked slowly to the low table beside the bed, turned his hand, and took out the Book of Law and handed it to Asola. The Book of the Law? Asola used the blanket in her hand to cover her naked body. She took the book and looked at the English words on the cover of the book as she read aloud. "The Book of Law." Asola looked up at Sei Ito again with a shocked expression. "Yes, it's the Book of Law. But it's not the Book of Law in your world. It's the Book of Law in another world. It's the Book of Law compiled by a person named Alesta Crowley according to the content dictated by Angel Iwa." Sei Ito looked at Asola and nodded slightly, and explained in an affirmative tone. "But unlike the Book of Law in your world, this book doesn't use so many ciphers to write it. Instead, it directly shows the real content to the world. But even so, there are still a lot of metaphors and ciphers in this book, which ordinary people can't understand." Sei Ito continued, "It just so happens that you're proficient in the Book of Law. Maybe you can combine the knowledge of the 2 worlds and read something different." With Sei Ito's statement, Asola's expression changed from the initial shock to a serious expression, and then after Sei Ito finished his statement, she looked down at the Book of Law in her hand with a solemn face. She didn't even care that the bedsheet that covered her body fell to the ground because of the movement of her hands, letting her curvaceous body appear in front of Sei Ito's eyes. Seeing that, Sei Ito released his telekinesis, turned it into a tentacle, picked up the bedsheet on the ground, and wrapped it around Asola's body like a bath towel, covering her exposed body again. Compared to Sei Ito's browsing speed, Asola's reading speed was much slower. Asola's reading speed was even slower and more serious. Sometimes, she would even frown and ponder over the hidden meaning of a passage for a few minutes or even a dozen minutes. She would only move on to the next passage after she was sure that she understood it completely. Seeing that, Sei Ito knew that Asola wouldn't finish reading it in a short time. "Asola, it's already very late. You should rest first and continue reading tomorrow." Sei Ito stood up from the bed, stretched out his hand, and took the Book of Law from Asola's hand, and looked at Asola, who was looking at him with a stunned face. "Okay," Asola said with a gentle smile on her face, then turned around and walked to the bed. It was just that the confused Asola didn't notice what she was wearing at all, so after taking a step, she immediately stepped on the bedsheet and fell to the side. Sei Ito immediately stretched out his hands. He held Asola's body in his arms to prevent her from falling. But at that moment, the bedsheet wrapped around Asola's body once again fell off her body, exposing her curvaceous body to the air. "I'm sorry, sir." Asola, who gently put her hands on Sei Ito's chest, apologized softly. "You?" Sei Ito sighed helplessly, then suddenly leaned over, picked her up, and walked to the bed. He gently put Asola back on the bed. Then he stretched out his hand, grabbed the bedsheet that automatically flew into his hand, and covered Asola's body. "Good night." Sei Ito leaned over and kissed Asola's forehead and said with a smile. "Good night, sir," Asola said softly with blushing cheeks. Then Sei Ito straightened up. Razan put the Book of Law in his hand on Asola's bed and disappeared in an instant under her gaze. The next moment, Ito-Sei's figure appeared above the ice continent, floating in the Rubik's Cube world. He looked down at the members of the Roman Orthodox Church who were dispirited, hungry, and ferocious. His followers are already starving to such an extent, yet Bishop Biagio is still enjoying the food for himself. Such behavior is truly repulsive. Ito, who used the Rubik's Cube world to see the situation inside the ice ship, muttered to himself inexplicably, "Then I'll help you add fuel to the fire." With that said, Ito unfolded his spiritual power, shrouded the entire ice continent under the buff of the Rubik's Cube world, and then used hypnosis and illusion on the male members of the Roman Orthodox Church, making them view the comrades around them as delicious food or playthings to vent their sexual desires. However, Ito did not directly change a person's consciousness, but subtly magnified their desires, leading them to do terrible evil. But even so, 2 or 3 Roman Orthodox Church warriors who did not have a strong will, or who had been living a good life in the church, attacked their fellow church members with bloodshot eyes. The attacked church members, who did not expect that their former companions would fight with swords, were immediately seriously injured and lying on the ground. Looking at the blood trickling out of the injured church member, the attacker was like a beast that had lost its humanity. He pounced on the injured church member, opened his mouth, and sucked on the wound of the church member. An expression of enjoyment appeared on his face. Without Ito's hypnotic guidance in advance, this person who dared to attack his companions would inevitably be attacked by other church members and then die. But with Ito's hypnotic guidance, this man's behavior was like a fuse, immediately stimulating the hypnotized male combatants. Several of them, who were on the verge of collapse, immediately wielded their weapons and attacked the people around them. After seeing the viciousness of their companions, although they wanted to do the same in their hearts, the male combatants who still maintained a righteous face on the surface were all vigilant against the members around them. Therefore, the moment those men attacked, they reacted and fought with the other party with their spiritual equipment. Tyrannical emotions were contagious, especially in this situation where the public's consciousness was influenced. The battles in these places were like sparks thrown into gasoline, causing all the male combatants to go crazy. They desperately attacked the people around them, wanting to get the flesh and blood of the other party to fill their stomachs. Ito also increased the temptation of lust when he was guiding them. However, before the priority of survival was to eat, everything else was put aside. Only after eating would they think about lust. Otherwise, why would the old saying go, "When one is full and warm, one will think of lust"? Seeing the crazy performance of the male combatants, the female combat nuns were all vigilant. They each held their spiritual equipment and looked at their companions with vigilance. They were on guard against them, attacking them like the male combatants. This situation was a true reflection of what Asola had said to Agnes and the others before. Others fight with their trust in their comrades, but the Orthodox Church of Rome fights with their doubts. This was the sorrow of the members of the Orthodox Church of Rome. They didn't even have a single trustworthy comrade in the same unit. At the very least, Agnes, Angelina, and Sister Lucia trusted each other very much. Under such circumstances, they didn't leave each other's side. They all held their spiritual equipment and were vigilant against the other members. "Lord, have you really abandoned us?" Agnes, who was protected by Angelina and Sister Lucia in the middle, put her hands together and whispered to herself with a pious expression, "If not, please guide us out of this hell." But no matter how she prayed, the hideous and ferocious appearance of the male combatants didn't change at all. Instead, they became more violent and cruel under the stimulation of their companions' blood. Chapter 904. The entire riot lasted for more than an hour before it ended with the death of more than 2/3 of the male combatants. Subsequently, the surviving combatants were like wild beasts as they moved their killed companions in front of them and sat cross-legged on the ground. While vigilantly watching the surrounding people snatching, they put their companions' flesh into their mouths like primitive people and chewed it as if it was a delicacy. In an instant, a bone-chilling chewing sound reverberated throughout the entire ice continent. "Lord, save me. Please take me away from here." Some of the weaker combatant nuns were pale as they knelt on the ground while trembling. They put their palms together and looked up at the sky as they begged with a sobbing tone. In the end, he's a man of faith. Even in this environment, he won't have a mental breakdown. It seems that the object of faith has its merits. Ito Sejin, who was quietly watching the tragedy that he had caused, thought, "Those who believe in me, I will redeem them." Subsequently, Sei Ito's spirit shifted as he used the willpower energy to transmit these words into the hearts of every combatant nuns. "Lord, it's the voice of the Lord." Suddenly hearing the voice from the bottom of their hearts, dozens of combatant nuns who were on the verge of a nervous breakdown immediately cried out in surprise. Similarly hearing the voice from the bottom of their hearts, the other combatant nuns who didn't dare to believe it immediately revealed ecstatic expressions as they put their palms together and prayed devoutly in front of their chests. "I'm not thy Lord. I am the Lord of this world. Those who believe in me, I will redeem them." However, in the next moment, Sei Ito's purposely dignified voice once again transmitted into the hearts of the combatant nuns as if a basin of cold water was poured over them. Hearing this, the combatant nuns who were ecstatic a moment ago all had a change in expression as their expressions were filled with despair. However, not all of the combatant nuns had that kind of despair on their faces. There were also a few combatant nuns who were frowning as their expressions kept changing as they hesitated. Sei Ito wasn't in a hurry as he once again said in the hearts of the combatant nuns, "Those who believe in me, I will redeem them, serve as redemption." After that, she fell silent again, quietly watching the combat nuns below. This silence lasted for over an hour. During this period, not a single word was transmitted into the hearts of the combat nuns. With this 1-hour buffer, the male combatants finally filled their stomachs with the corpses of their companions that they had personally killed. Their thoughts began to transform from gluttony to lust. One by one, they stood up from the ground. With a lustful gaze, he looked at the combat nuns who were gathered together and then scattered. Step by step, he walked toward them. "Stop. If you take another step forward, don't blame us for being impolite." Although she didn't know what the light in the male combatant's eyes meant, she instinctively had a bad feeling. She didn't want them to get close, so she quickly clenched the lotus staff that was made in the image of the 5 elements, fire. With a stern expression, he shouted at the approaching male combatants. "Yeah, Sister Yanis, they're so scary." The youngest and weak-natured Sister Angelina held 2 small pouches that were filled with a large amount of colorful coins. They contained the meaning of Matthew's gold pouch, one of the 12 apostles. She whispered, "Get ready, Sister Angelina." Beside the short Angelina, the big-breasted nun Lucia, who had a strict personality and was obsessed with mental cleanliness, grabbed the spiritual equipment made based on the legend of St. Catherine's wheel, the explosive wheel, and sternly said as she grabbed the spiritual equipment made based on the legend of St. Catherine's wheel. "Yes, yes," Angelina hurriedly replied. Under the encouragement of Sister Yanis, Angelina, and Sister Lucia, the combatant nuns who didn't want to suffer the same fate as the male combatants also grabbed the spiritual equipment with various religious meanings in their hands. They looked at the group of approaching male combatants with vigilant expressions. However, under the guidance of Sei Ito's mental power, the male combatants who had already been controlled by lust, one of the 7 deadly sins, didn't care about the warnings of these combatant nuns who were sinners in their minds and could be used as they pleased. They still walked towards them with lustful gazes. Clang! At this moment, Yanis, who was holding the lotus staff, knocked it on the ground. With the sound of the lotus staff hitting the ice, an invisible attack immediately fell on one of the male combatants closest to her. It sent him flying like a cannonball. "Stop immediately, or be prepared to receive my wrath." Yanis looked at the male combatants and sternly shouted. Yanis's intentions were good, but the violent emotions in the hearts of the male combatants who had long been killing their companions and devouring the corpses of their church members to satisfy their hunger were aroused by her attack. Each of them picked up their weapons with a ferocious expression and attacked Yanis and the surrounding combatant nuns. Under their instincts to protect themselves, the combatant nuns immediately launched a counterattack. This caused the slaughter that had just stopped on the continent of ice to resume once again. All kinds of spiritual equipment filled with religious meaning shot out one attack after another, flying towards their companions who originally belonged to the same church. Think like me, believe in me, and you will be redeemed. The moment the battle began, Sei Ito's voice and image automatically appeared in the hearts of the combatant nuns again, announcing in a solemn voice, "It's actually you, you heretic," Yanis said loudly with a face full of anger as she recalled the image that suddenly appeared in her mind. "I can take this as blasphemy." Sei Ito's frivolous voice sounded in Yanis's heart. "Heretic! Heretic! Heretic! You heretic! You will be judged by my lord in the future." Yanis shouted angrily again. "I have the same status as your lord. His judgment will not fall on me." Sei Ito replied indifferently. After saying that, he ignored Yanis, who was shouting loudly, and silently waited for the appearance of the first convert. Soon, a combatant nun who was about to die under the attack of a male combatant shouted in her heart, unwilling to accept this, "I am willing to believe in you. Please let me leave this hell." As soon as her voice fell, a light barrier emitting a faint golden light that seemed to be able to give people a warm feeling suddenly fell from the sky, enveloping the combatant nun who was about to die with just one attack. It blocked the last attack outside the light barrier and began to heal the wounds on the combatant nun within the light barrier. "Believe in me, and you will be redeemed." Sei Ito's voice echoed in the void for the first time. Then, with a thought, he extracted a strand of willpower from the combatant nun who had converted, turning it into a tangible light spot. It followed the faint golden light pillar that enveloped her body and rose into the sky, entering the willpower energy cluster in the void, thoroughly accepting her existence and everything else. At the same time, an indescribable thought appeared in the combatant nun's heart, causing her to be even more loyal to Sei Ito. Such an obvious phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of many combatant nuns, especially when Sei Ito said, "Believe in me, and you will be redeemed." And under the influence of the light spot that rose into the sky, several combatant nuns were immediately shaken. Afterwards, they silently imagined Sei Ito's image in their hearts and spoke of converting. Since there were people who had converted, Sei Ito would naturally accept them. Then, several light pillars that emitted a faint golden light and a warm feeling shone down from the void, enveloping the combatant nuns. While blocking the attacks and healing their wounds, he extracted willpower and turned it into tangible light spots that were thrown into the willpower energy cluster to register them for reincarnation. Sei Ito first led the male combatants to stage a scene of hell, then used their hands to put the combatant nuns in a life and death crisis, and finally appeared in the image of a savior and God to give them salvation. Under the 3 consecutive attacks of Sei Ito, many combatant nuns who had fallen into despair but couldn't obtain salvation from the Lord changed their faith and joined Sei Ito. However, not all combatant nuns were like that. There were still many combatant nuns who were firm in their faith. Even when they were about to die, they didn't ask for help from Sei Ito. However, Ito-sei didn't want to waste the resources of these combat nuns, so he wouldn't let them die like this. When they were about to die, he would make them fall into a coma and then secretly send a bit of power to these combat nuns to keep them alive. At the same time, he would use his mind to guide the male combatants to find other combat nuns. Just like that, the battle lasted for more than 40 minutes. The male combatant nuns had no choice but to suppress their beastly instincts and return to their original positions with their bodies riddled with scars. As for their companions who died in the battle, they only glanced at them and didn't have the slightest intention of dragging them back. After the battle ended, out of a total of 250 combatant nuns, nearly 50 of them had converted to Sei Ito's believers. As for the remaining 200, apart from nearly 150 of them who were heavily injured and unconscious, as well as those whose hearts were wavering but hadn't found the opportunity to convert, the rest were all people with firm wills and weren't willing to change their faith. You are my people, you deserve to have food in your bellies. You are my people, you deserve to have water to quench your thirst. You are my people, you deserve to have clean bodies. You are my people, you deserve to live in peace. You are my people, you deserve to have my protection. At this moment, Sei Ito's sonorous voice once again reverberated in the sky of the ice continent. At the same time, not only did those combatant nuns who had converted receive piping hot food and cool spring water, but there were also houses made of ice that appeared around them. Furthermore, their nun clothes that had been remade appeared on their clean and refreshed bodies. Chapter 905. Thank you, Lord, for your grace. After experiencing the changes in their surroundings, the combat nuns knelt on the ground and clasped their hands together in front of their chests. I am not an evil God, and I lead all the lambs with kindness. I allow you to share my grace with those who believe in me. Sei Ito's loud voice echoed in the sky. Those who believe in me, think of me in your heart and dedicate your body and mind to me. Sei Ito said to everyone again. As soon as he said this, more than 10 combat nuns who had just witnessed the miraculous changes in their hearts began to think of Sei Ito's image and prayed that they would follow him. Sei Ito naturally did not refuse them. He cast several light beams that emitted a faint golden luster and a sense of warmth onto the combat nuns. He healed their injuries, cleaned their filthy bodies, repaired their tattered robes, and provided them with food, water, shelter, and basic protection. Then, he extracted their willpower and injected it into the willpower of the Rubik's Cube world, allowing their reincarnation system to return to the Rubik's Cube. I grant you the right to graze, spread my glory, and let more lambs fall under my glory. At this time, Ito Sei spoke again. We will not disappoint you, Lord. The combat nuns who had changed their faith said in a loud voice with a firm look on their faces. Forget it. After they convert all the combat nuns to my followers, I will let Asola be their pope. As for the angels, let's wait and see if there is a suitable technique in the future. After thinking about this, Sei Ito no longer paid attention to the combat nuns who were enjoying the food he had bestowed upon them. He flashed and appeared in Zaoya's house. He took off his clothes and crawled into Meiyo's bed. She was only wearing a bathrobe, but her clothes were messy because she had turned over in her sleep. When she was awakened by his actions, he opened his mouth and kissed her passionately. You bastard, what are you doing here? Meiyo, who had separated from Sei Ito slightly, gasped for breath as he looked at Sei Ito, who was right in front of him. Sei Ito gently stroked Zhonye's cheek and apologized with a wry smile. I'm sorry. I originally wanted to leave a shadow clone here to accompany you, but later I thought that it would be too easy for Yi to discover it. So I gave up. I'm sorry. Even though she knew that Sei Ito was telling the truth, she still couldn't help but snort. However, Zhonye's heart was still filled with resentment. He turned his head away unhappily and let out a cold snort. The night is long. Let me accompany you today. Sei Ito chuckled as he looked down at Jinyi. Then, he kissed Zhonye's lips again and stuck out his tongue to entangle with hers. At the same time, Sei Ito's right hand was not idle. He groped around Zhonye's warm and slippery body. Under Sei Ito's guidance, Zhonye quickly entered the zone and couldn't help but gently twist her body. Seeing that it was about time, Sei Ito straightened his waist and stabbed himself and his precious weapon into a warm and moist place. Zhonye, who suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction, hugged Sei Ito's neck tightly and raised her waist slightly, taking the initiative to cater to him. Just like that. With the two's active cooperation, Sei Ito and Zhonye began to wholeheartedly explore the great path of human relations. They carried out a night martial arts practice that had been passed down for thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of years. Soon, A mellow chant came out of Zhang Ye's mouth, whose face was flushed and echoed in the jujube house, which was shrouded in darkness. At the same time, a very special lewd smell mixed with Zhang Ye's body fragrance wafted through the room. It added a lot of ambiguity to the activities in the house. After a long while, Zhang Yi suddenly let out a high-pitched moan. Zhang Yi, who was sitting on Sei Ito's body, weakly collapsed on his chest. Her long silver hair, which was emitting a faint silver light under the moonlight shining in through the window, was scattered messily. Her cheek was pressed against Sei Ito's chest. Her eyes were slightly closed, and her mouth was slightly open as she gasped for breath. "Are you okay?" Sei Ito gently placed his hands on Zhang Ye's buttocks. He looked up at the wooden ceiling and said softly, "Again." Zhang Yi pressed her palms on Sei Ito's chest and struggled to sit up again with her arms supporting her body. "Okay, let's continue." Sei Ito, who knew that Zhang Ye's desire to excel had broken out again, smiled, turned over, and pressed Zhang Yi under his body. He began to move again. Along with Sei Ito's movements, the chant that had stopped not long ago once again echoed in the house. It gently passed through the gap of the wooden sliding door and into the ears of Yuan, who had woken up from her sleep not long after Zhang Ye's voice, causing her cheeks to blush. "It's real. Sister Zhang Yi and Darren are too reckless. I can't sleep because of you." Yuan, who was also wearing only a bathrobe, covered her head with the quilt and muttered to herself in a muffled voice. Although Zhang Yi was a martial artist and had recently begun to diligently cultivate spiritual power and Tantra chakra technique, he was still no match for Sei Ito, who was a freak who used the power of the world to evolve his body. Therefore, after resisting 3 or 4 times in a row, he completely surrendered and fell asleep on the side, exhausted. Seeing this, Sei Ito knew that the noise here could not be heard by Yuan, who was also a martial artist and was very vigilant. He smiled and teleported to Yuan's room. He reached out and pulled the quilt covering her body. He looked at Yuan, who was still pretending to be asleep, with her cheeks flushed. Then, Sei Ito chuckled and pressed down on Yuan's body. He lowered his head and entangled with Yuan. This was a crazy and absurd night. In order to make up for Zhang Yi and Yuan, who could not leave behind a shadow clone to accompany them because of Yi, Sei Ito was like a tireless bull. He reclaimed the 2 pieces of green land and made them plump and moist. He also cleansed the resentment in the hearts of the owners of the 2 pieces of land. The next morning, looking at the tired appearance of the 2, Sei Ito did not wake them up. Instead, he made breakfast for them and sent them to their respective rooms. After leaving a message for them, he left the Zao family and returned to his residence in the demon realm of the main world. Looking at the sky of the demon realm that was full of stars, Sei Ito shook his head and sighed. "I just spent the night in the magic cube world, but it's still dark outside. This time difference is really a bit of a pain in the ass." Then, he turned around and went to the first floor of his residence. He activated the defensive enchantment of the entire residence with a special method. Then, he used the teleportation array in the residence to go to Merlin Street and return to the outside world through the secret exit. Then, Sei Ito formed a seal with one hand and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Tokyo, Japan, which was also in the Asian time zone like the Magic Cube world. He returned to the shrine in Akizurino City. Then, he took out a computer and connected to the international network. He began to search for information about Egyptian myths and legends. After all, the content of the Book of Law involved a lot of Egyptian myths. If he wanted to understand some of the metaphors in it, he had to start with these myths. The internet was worthy of being a heaven-defying product that changed the way knowledge was transmitted in modern society. With just a simple search, a lot of myths and legends about Egypt appeared on the laser screen of the quantum computer and filled Sei Ito's eyes. However, the information on the page was relatively simple, and there were not many local or folkloric legends. But this did not stop Sei Ito, who had access to a niche network. He soon found a lot of Egyptian folkloric legends on some very niche private websites, which gave Seito some clear understanding of Egyptian myths and legends. I wonder if the Silver Star Association still exists? Is there a website? There's too little information just from reading Egyptian myths and legends. Seito thought to himself as he closed the current page and entered the Silver Star Association's English language into Google search. TSK. It's really hidden. All the information on the front page is irrelevant and messy. There's no trace of the Silver Star Association. Seito curled his lips in dissatisfaction as he searched for the two names of the Silver Star Association, but to no avail. He then reached out to turn off the computer, took out his phone, and quickly pressed on the keyboard with his thumb. Beep! A busy tone came from the phone next to Seito's ear. Oh, I'm Mike Karaki. The busy tone lasted for 10 seconds, followed by a soft ring, and a pleasant female voice came from the phone. It's me, Seito. Seito, who was sitting cross-legged, held the phone in his right hand and supported his left hand behind him. His body leaned slightly to the left as he spoke with a smile. What's the matter? Mike Karaki asked calmly. I haven't seen you in a long time. I miss you. Come out and have a meal together, Seito said with a smile. Okay, I'll see you at XXXX in half an hour. Mike Karaki was silent for 2 to 3 seconds, then sighed slightly. She then emphasized, don't be late. Don't worry, I promise I'll be there on time. Seito's tone was full of confidence. However, for Seito, who had the Black Sphere system all over Japan, the whole of Japan was like his backyard. There was really no place that Seito couldn't go to in an instant. Remember to dress up later. Otherwise, I won't have the face to take you out to meet people. Seito then teased in a frivolous tone. Go to hell, Mike Karaki said angrily, then hung up the phone on the spot. Listening to the busy tone coming from the phone, Seito smiled slightly, then waved his hand to put away the quantum computer on the table, got up from the tatami, and went to the bathroom to wash up and change for the upcoming date. Chapter 906. P.S. Thanks to Bloodthirsty Black Feather and Heavenly Devil Dragonwolf for their precious monthly votes, and thanks to NXCX, Instakill Potato, ZZ's Supernatural Strength, and Nickfany for their tips. Screech, screech, a red sports car stopped in front of Seito. Get in. Kurakimai, with her long hair cascading behind her head and a pair of large sunglasses on her face, looked at Ito-sei through the slowly lowered car window. It's really an honor to be able to sit in a car driven by you, Lini. Ito-sei walked around the front of the car and sat on the left passenger seat. He fastened the seatbelt while looking at Kurakimai. Kurakimai was wearing black trousers, a black large-collared t-shirt that exposed her neck and collarbone, and a thin gold necklace around her neck. She had a needle earring on her earlobe, and her lips were painted with oil. Kurakimai ignored Seito's teasing. She rolled up the window and drove away. That's a nice outfit. It shows off your figure. Seems like you listened to me and dressed up before coming. Ito-sei, who had fastened his seatbelt, looked up and down at Kurakimai's particularly thin clothes. Don't think too highly of yourself, Kurakimai said helplessly. That's not necessarily true. There's an old saying in China, a woman dresses up for the man she likes. Seito laughed. You're still so shameless, Kurakimai said harshly. Fisk, you're lying again. If you really hate me, you wouldn't have agreed to have dinner with me. Seito looked at Kurakimai with disdain. I'm regretting it now, Kurakimai said. She slowed down the car and was about to drop off Seito by the roadside. Hee, now that you're out, it won't be easy to go back. Seito pretended to be a bad guy. She then took out a simple silver bracelet and handed it to Kurakimai. This is for you. Before I came, I looked up your preferences on the internet and bought this bracelet. Also, when I was waiting for you, I used my family's secret technique to consecrate it so that the owner's luck would be greatly improved. It's immune to all diseases. Thank you. Kurakimai took the bracelet with one hand. Of course, this bracelet can also be used as an exorcism tool. For example, if you encounter a supernatural phenomenon in a recording studio, this bracelet can guarantee your safety. Seito continued. Is it as magical as you say? Karakimai asked in disbelief. My family has hundreds of years of heritage. I used to be one in the past. It's completely different from the psionic people on the streets and those who work in TV stations. You'll understand after you wear it for a long time. Sei Ito said with disdain. Oh, right. I'm not familiar with the members-only restaurants that celebrities like you go to. You can take me to any of them. Ito Sei, who finally returned to the main topic, said, Are you sure you're treating me to dinner and not the other way around? Karakimai glanced at Sei Ito speechlessly. Well, if you're not afraid of being recognized, I don't care. Anyway, I can eat anywhere. Ito Mori said with an indifferent shrug. How'd I get to know someone like you? Karakimai sighed helplessly. She turned the steering wheel and drove to a private restaurant that she frequented. Half an hour later, the sports car stopped in front of a restaurant with a plain exterior. Sei Ito and Karakimai got out of the car. After handing the car keys to the valet, Karakimai led Sei Ito to the restaurant's entrance. Karakimai showed her membership card and led Sei Ito into the restaurant. The interior of the restaurant was simple and elegant. The space was about 100 square meters, with a dozen round tables covered with pink tablecloths. Beside each round table were 3 black wooden armchairs. Because it was mealtime, 5 to 6 of the tables were occupied by men and women. These people were all related to the entertainment industry. They were either managers or directors of entertainment companies. Of course, the restaurant's main customers were also included, the celebrities in the entertainment industry. Of course, as a private restaurant, it was impossible for it to be so small. On the south side of the first floor, there was a spiral staircase with black iron railings on both sides. It led to the unknown second floor. Karakimai walked into the restaurant with Ito Sei and glanced around the hall. Then, she walked up the stairs to the second floor of the restaurant. Soon, a hall decorated like a bar and surrounded by private rooms appeared in front of Ito Sei, who was following Karakimai. At the same time, a faint sound of music came from the stairs connecting the second floor and the third floor. Itosei had a particularly sensitive ear. Give me a private room. Karakimai ordered the young waiter who had just walked over. Okay, please follow me. The waiter bowed and led Karakimai and Sei Ito to an empty private room. The room wasn't big, about 10 square meters or so. A long glass table was placed in the center of the room, and 2 rows of leather sofas that could seat 3 people were placed on both sides of the square table. I'll have this one, and this one. Karakimai took off her coat and sat on the sofa. She reached for the menu on the table and looked at it carefully for a while before saying to the waiter, What else do you want to order? Karakimai passed the menu to Sei Ito. Even though he had been reborn for a long time, he still preferred restyle food. Ito Sei was still not used to eating, so after casually ordering 2 or 3 dishes, he inserted the menu into the cleat at the back of the table against the wall and ended the ordering. The waiter who took down their orders turned and left the room, leaving Ito Sei and Karakimai alone in the room. What have you been doing recently? Sei Ito asked Karakimai, who had removed her disguise. I'm bored at home. What about you? Karakimai replied with a question. Me? I've been busy. I've been running around the world. For example, I just came back from England this morning. Sei Ito said with a smile. If I remember correctly, you were in university, right? Karakimai looked at Sei Ito in disbelief. But coincidentally, there was a war between the magical beasts and demons when I was in university. As a clergyman, I had to save the world. Ordinary people like you are needed. That's why I took the opportunity to start a business. Sei Ito put his elbows on the table and crossed his fingers in front of his mouth. He shrugged helplessly. You? Save the world? Are you kidding? Karakimai sneered as if she heard a joke. Didn't I tell you? My family has hundreds of years of history, and I was a clergyman a few years ago. Even if I'm a civilian now, I still have to take responsibility. Ever since the war between the magical beasts and demons, everyone in Japan knew about the magical beasts and demons. Almost everyone in Japan knew about the existence of demons in their country. Even the entire capital had been taken over by the 9-tailed beast. Therefore, it was not a problem to talk about this in private. That's why Seito was so straightforward. Of course, this kind of thing was taboo. For example, in front of foreign tourists, this kind of thing was not allowed. If it was found out, it would be a criminal offense. What an honor to have the opportunity to sit with a hero like you. Kurakimai was still skeptical, but it didn't stop her from teasing Ito-sei with sarcastic words. Same here. To be able to sit with a national singer like you is not something ordinary people can enjoy. Seito replied with a smile. The two of them chatted casually until the waiter knocked on the door and entered the private room. He placed the dishes in front of the two of them one by one and only stopped temporarily. My senpai. Just when the waiter came in to deliver the dishes for the second time, a surprised female voice suddenly called out. Likai, Shixia? Upon hearing the greeting, Kurakimai subconsciously turned to look outside the door. Then, he called out with a surprised expression. Seeing that Kurakimai recognized them, the two girls, Likai and Shixia, entered the room and greeted Kurakimai. My senpai, long time no see. The girl, Likai, was wearing jeans and a dark blue jacket with a hood. Her short hair was dyed brown. She was taller than Kurakimai, about 6 meters tall. Due to her disguise, she looked like she was only 27 or 28 years old. She then looked curiously at Ito, who was sitting next to her. Her eyes flashed with the light of gossip. After all, Kurakimai was known to keep a low profile in the industry and was still single. When she saw a young man appear beside Kurakimai who was all alone, she couldn't help but want to know more about him. At the same time, the female star named Shixia beside her also kept looking at Ito-sei. Kurakimai saw this and had to introduce the three of them to each other. First, Kurakimai pointed to the girl named Risai and introduced, "These two are my juniors. This is Risai Ayuchi." "Hello." Ito stood up and greeted her. "This is Sanjisia." Then Kurakimai pointed to Shixia, who was wearing a gray canvas trousers, a white shirt with black sleeves, and a long-sleeve t-shirt. She had a furry collar jacket, and her light brown hair was tied into a ponytail. Shixia was about the same height as Nina, above 6 meters. She looked 1 or 2 years younger than Nina. "Hello." Ito greeted her again. "This is my friend, Ito, an outsider." Kurakimai pointed to Ito and introduced him. "Hello." Ainai and 3 sprays of sunset greeted him in unison. "Let's sit down and eat together." Ito-sei smiled and greeted the two. "No, thank you. We just finished eating. We won't disturb your meal. We'll take our leave first, Maki-senpai." Although her heart was burning with the flames of gossip, she knew that she shouldn't stay here, so she hurriedly refused. She then bowed to Kurakimai with Mitsuki sunset. "Okay, be careful," Kurakimai said with concern. "Yes, sorry for being rude." Ine and Mitsumi bowed again and said. Then, they left the room and disappeared behind the closed door. "This is bad. I don't know what kind of rumors will spread. I won't be able to explain myself then." Kurakimai, who watched Likai and Sanjisia leave, sat back on the sofa with his elbows on the table and his palms on his forehead. He looked like he had a headache. "So be it. You have to know that I'm very willing to be your boyfriend." Ito, who also sat back on the sofa, picked up the chopsticks in front of him and put a piece of food on the small plate in front of him. "You wish," Kurakimai said unhappily, then picked up the chopsticks and ate a piece of food. "You're the one who's really beautiful. It's hard to find a good man like me. Now that I'm here, you don't want me. Don't wait until I become another woman's boyfriend. You'll regret it," Ito said with a look of disdain. "Then hurry up and go into another woman's arms. Let me regret it." Kurakimai was not to be outdone. "Sure, tomorrow I'll go to your management company in the name of looking for you. Then I'll find a good female artist to appear in front of the reporters and spread some rumors. Let's see what you can do." Ito immediately retorted without hesitation. "Also, those 2 juniors called Likai and Sanjisia. I can find them and spread some rumors to stimulate you." Without waiting for Kurakimai to respond, Ito said again, "You bastard, you're too despicable. Hurry up and die." Kurakimai angrily grabbed a few napkins, crumpled them, and threw them at Sei Ito's face. Ito-sei grabbed the paper ball in his hand and threw it aside with a strange smile. He didn't use words to provoke Kurakimai. Just like that, the two of them finished their lunch after more than 40 minutes of chatting and fooling around. Then, when they left the private club, Sei Ito took the car keys from the valet and sat in the driver's seat. He started the car and drove Kurakimai to a nearby movie theater to watch the latest Japanese horror film. Chapter 907. Horror movies were indeed the best weapon for those with evil hearts to pick up girls. Under the influence of the horror movie, most naturally timid women would instinctively seek protection from the people around them, especially the men who came with them, to give themselves a psychological sense of security. This created an excellent opportunity for men and women to get closer to each other. It allowed men and women who couldn't get over certain obstacles to get closer to each other. Of course, this was all based on the premise that the men were brave enough, and the women were willing to jump into their arms. As an orthodox demon swordsman, Sei Ito was naturally brave. The scary scenes in the movie weren't even 1/10 of what he saw in the Demon War, so it wouldn't affect Sei Ito at all. But as the host of the horror film project, although Kurakimai was very scared, she still pretended to be calm. Her hands tightly grasped the armrest of the chair, and she didn't let herself show her fear and threw herself into Ito-sei's arms. Looking at Kurakimai's pretentious appearance, Ito-sei's face couldn't help but reveal a dumbfounded expression. Then he reached out and wrapped his arm around Kurakimai's shoulder, pulling her stiff body into his embrace. He used his other hand to hold Kurakimai's tightly clenched fist and gently stroked the back of her hand with his thumb to soothe her emotions. With Sei Ito's comfort, Kurakimai gradually relaxed. "You really are up to no good," Kurakimai said with her head resting on Sei Ito's shoulder. "I'm not up to no good. I'm just following your preferences from the information I found online. I'm just bringing you to a movie." Sei Ito whispered into Kurakimai's ear. "Isn't there an American blockbuster at the same time? Why didn't you choose that one?" Kurakimai felt her ear itchy and turned her head, mocking him. "Because I want to watch a horror movie." Sei Ito quibbled. "Keep quibbling," Kurakimai said with disdain. Just like that, in Sei Ito's arms, Kurakimai finished watching the latest horror movie that lasted 148 minutes. After the movie ended, Sei Ito drove Kurakimai to Tokyo Bay. "Don't tell me you want to take me to the sea." As they got closer to Tokyo Bay, Kurakimai, who could guess Ito-sei's thoughts, was surprised. "Yeah, it's a long day. With your celebrity status, it's not good to take you to stroll around the streets like ordinary people or go to the amusement park to play, so I can only take you to Tokyo Bay to see the sea," Ito-sei said with a helpless expression on his face. "But why do I feel like this is a conspiracy?" Kurakimai's expression was suspicious as she looked at Sei Ito. "How is that possible? Tokyo Bay is so big. It's surrounded by tidal embankments, seawater, and roads. Where would I find a conspiracy?" Sei Ito pretended to be innocent. "That's hard to say." Kurakimai curled her lips. After watching a movie, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Since it wasn't rush hour and there weren't any festivities, the journey was smooth. In just 40 minutes, Sei Ito and Kurakimai arrived at Tokyo Bay and stopped at a secluded area. "We're here." Sei Ito turned off the engine. "I want to make a call." Kurakimai replied. "Why? Are you afraid that I'll do something to you?" Sei Ito seemed to know what Kurakimai was thinking. "Yes. I don't feel safe being with you. Now that you brought me to this place, who knows what you'll do to me?" Kurakimai nodded with a serious expression. "Could it be that I'm that kind of person in your mind? That's really sad." Ito-sei's face showed an aggrieved expression and said pitifully, "Unfortunately, that's what I think of you." Kurakimai nodded and got out of the car. She grabbed her arms tightly and walked to the seawall with her body slightly curled up. Looking at the sky that was beginning to darken, Yi Zichin thought to himself. Bang! Sei Ito got out of the car and closed the door. He walked slowly to Kurakimai and wrapped his arms around her waist. He pulled her into his arms and used his body to keep her warm. "See? What did I say before? I was right," Kurakimai said as she leaned into Seito's arms. "If I just stood there and watched, you would be even more dissatisfied with me. If that's the case, I'll take the initiative to be your safe haven." Itose moved his hands up and crossed them over the back of Kurakimai's hands. He rested his chin on her shoulder and chuckled. "Besides, I can't bear to see you freeze. Okay, since you're so considerate, I'll forgive you this time. But next time," Kurakimai snorted. "We'll talk about next time." Ito moved Kurakimai's hair away with his chin and put his face on her cheek. After that, the two of them didn't speak anymore. They quietly watched the gradually setting sun in the sea. It wasn't until more than half an hour later that they both returned to the car, restarted the car, and rushed back to the city. Because of the cold, Ito took Kurakimai to a Chinese hot pot restaurant in the city. They asked for a small bag of hot instant-boiled mutton to get rid of the cold. "How about it? Do you want me to send you to your favorite massage parlor after we finish the hot pot?" Ito asked with a smile while they were eating. "Sure," Kurakimai answered without hesitation. Then, she continued carelessly, "But men are not allowed to enter. After you send me there, you can leave by yourself. I'll drive back after I'm done with the massage." Itose looked at Kurakimai, who had a smug smile on her face. Then he changed the topic and said mysteriously, "Speaking of massages, I don't mean to boast, but my technique is definitely world-class. Would you like to accept my professional massage instead of aromatic massage today?" "No," Kurakimai rejected without hesitation. "Why?" Itose looked at Kurakimai in surprise and asked. Then, he tempted Kurakimai unwillingly. "This is my family's secret method from my previous life, and it's combined with the acupuncture point massage of traditional Chinese medicine. In terms of the effect of healthcare and treatment, it's many times better than aromatic massage. I'm not trying to brag, but if you accept my massages often, you'll get some unexpected benefits." At the end of his words, Itose glanced at Kurakimai's chest that was not too big. "No," Kurakimai rejected him directly. "I don't even need to think about it. I know what you're going to do. So, no matter what you say, I won't agree to it." Then Kurakimai changed the topic and said, "But I can let you give me a foot massage. You can use your family's secret technique combined with Chinese medicine's acupoint massage." "Foot massage," Ito pretended to be disappointed. "If you don't want to, then forget it," Kurakimai said nonchalantly. "Of course, why wouldn't I want to?" Ito quickly said. "Okay, let's make an appointment next time. You can give me a massage then." Kurakimai picked up a piece of mutton, dipped it in the sauce, and put it into the water to eat. "Next time," Ito frowned, then nodded. "Okay, next time." After a while, Itose, who had finished eating the hot pot, sent Kurakimai to the aromatic massage club. But just as Kurakimai was about to open the door and get out of the car, Itose grabbed her arm and pulled her back to the passenger seat. Then he stuck his head out and sniffed Kurakimai's lips. Kurakimai, who was suddenly attacked, instinctively let out a low moan. Then she opened her mouth slightly and stuck out her tongue to Ito. "Tastes good." After a short while, Ito let go of Kurakimai and sat back in the driver's seat. He licked his lips and smiled. "Go to hell." Kurakimai swung his clenched fist at Itose's shoulder as he glared at him and scolded. "Haha, okay, let's get out of the car. I'll send you in." Ito didn't take Kurakimai's angry words and actions to heart. He just smiled and said to Kurakimai. After that, he opened the door and got out of the car. "Humph." Kurakimai snorted and also got out of the car. Ito walked to Kurakimai's side and walked with her to the massage club. After sending Kurakimai into the club, he walked back to the side of the road and slowly walked away. Along the way, he used the flying thunder god technique in a completely unnoticed corner and instantly appeared on the streets of England. He entered the demonic realm and went to the Great Merlin Library to continue his book-stealing operation. Ito didn't stop until it was late at night in the demonic realm. He took the teleportation array back to the residence he bought and went to rest. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. This morning, when Seito was browsing the books in the Great Merlin Library, a summoning thought suddenly came from the bottom of his heart. He had to give up his current plan and leave the Great Merlin Library to return to his residence. He flashed into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in Asola's room. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.